And welcome home, y'all. This is your griot, your Sensei Alba, saying, welcome to Dreamy Dreamland with Sensei Alba. And it's Halloween, and I'm going to tell you some scary stories. And again, as I normally do, I was looking what to look at, so watching Jimmy Dore and the usual suspects. And what's really scary is that history is scary. Thucydides was the daddy of written history because up until then, things were the oral tradition, like me, the griot, tell you stories, right? And you had people like Socrates who had the Socratic method to define a discussion, right? And he could, he, Socrates was like our present day Socrates is Kelsey Tabbert, Hawaiian Congresswoman running for president. Because whenever she is, the corporate media just attacks her and she takes them apart. Every time she gets up on that debate stage, we're starting off easy, early. Your connection is unstable. Please wait while we try to reconnect. How about moving my antenna? Uh, so, you know, that's what's scary, you know. And Donald Trump, Donald Trump, he's a slime ball. He's basically a low life, you know. He's not even a made man. He's a wannabe. If you go read my story, Ray. I think it's on one of my slices, but it's definitely in my new novel. And I'm getting closer to putting the whole thing up. Right now, I only have about a third of my new novel up there. My new novel of family, moral majority, family values, sick girl, hot pants, black widow. That's my new novel, right? And Donald Trump is all of those things, right? And so he's got like this base of about 6 million people. He could do anything, and they would like, oh, he's so great. The Saturday Night Live little skit they have where Donald goes to visit his folks out there in Pennsylvania, out there in the working Rust Belt, and they're going, we love you, Mr. President, but you've just gotten rid of my health care, and my wife's got cancer, and he goes, well, we get even better. We're going to get rid of whatever little health care you got. And the guy goes, in my union, you got rid of my union, and now I'm working for 35 cents an hour instead of $16. See, I made it better. Got rid of all those controls. So Donald Trump, he's a slime ball, right? He's a misogynist, but so's Joe Biden. If the Democrats put Joe Biden up as their guy to go against, who can win against Donald Trump, and Donald Trump's going to be president again. And basically, what you're going to see is Donald Trump is going to win. That's the nightmare, right? That's the Halloween scary thing. But he's no worse than any of those other, Adam Schiff or Madame Pelosi or any of that stuff. And we only have ourselves to blame because we allow this to happen. I keep, speaking to, hey Jane, happy Halloween. I keep talking to the motif of gang. Don't wait for some politician to fix it. We have to fix it ourselves. We have to fix it in our own little towns. In our own little villages, in our big cities, in our neighborhoods, our friends. When somebody says something that makes you feel uneasy, you should, not call them, out, but, take them off to the side. I mean, how I can talk to everyone is that I don't embarrass anybody. I talk to people individually. Why I was so successful in the corporate world being a negotiator is that, you know, I made all the different people in the thing who were holding it up, who were being Stalinist obstructionists, made them um, appreciate what they were and who they were and what was going on. And why don't you look at it this a different way? So when I was born, I died. You know, my cord was wrapped around my little neck, and the moron doctors were trying to pull me out with salad tongs, and my head was about to pop off like a tick. And there was this doctor, a woman doctor, pushed them aside, pushed me back in, manipulated me around, unraveled that, and pulled me out. Hey, fishy buddy, and and delivered me without ripping, my mom's uterus apart, and she'd bleed to death, and I, would be a headless baby. And from that point until I was about 10, I was sick. I was a sick little kid, and that's why my grandma brought me up. So my parents were distracted. My father had one foot still in his career as the colonel, and the other one trying to figure out how he's going to become a millionaire. So, um, I was not part of the family, right? So I grew up in Harlem, right? And Harlem was at that time in the 50s was a great place. There were no police. It was run by grandmas. There was no crime. Everybody was striving. It wasn't a black place. Along the Second Avenue, every 3 blocks was a different nationality. We were a salad bowl, right? Not a melting pot. And oh, they're really going after me. I'm only into it 7 minutes and 17 seconds, and the little thing of you're breaking up has come up here. And even though I've got total full bars on my connection to the YouTube, I'm being interrupted. Anyway, so there I was, really sick little kid, little peanut. And I had all these friends. I had Jewish friends, I had Irish friends, German friends, Italian friends, black friends, Hispanic friends, Haitian friends. And in Halloween was not the biggest holiday in Harlem. Because nobody had money to costumes, right? And that's kind of where, I kind of got, I don't know if you can see, I'm always in costume all the time, You don't have to go to a store and buy a costume. I'm wearing one. Um, and the first costume I wore, my dad used to take me to Brooks Brothers, right, once a year. And he'd buy me 2 suits and a camel's hair coat and a camel's hair little cap. And Brooks Brothers shoes, businessmen, like old man shoes. And when I would wear those suits, I would wear them out. I loved those suits. That was my costume, my uniform. My dad wore a uniform. That was my uniform. And but there were only 2 of them. And I'd wear them till they were threadbare. And that's why every year he bought me a new one. And because my mom wasn't, buying me clothes or making me clothes, I was being taken care of my grandma, and she was not a taste fashion person. She was a cultured person. And a big difference between taste and culture. So I hung out, and the kids, when I could, from 0 until 5, my grandma would, we, she'd dress, I dressed myself up in my suit and put my, depending on the weather, whether it was hot or cold, I would put on, fall, winter, I'd wear my camel's hair coat. And we would go down Fifth Avenue, and we would hit all the museums, right? Whitney, Guggenheim, the Met, and then the Natural History, and then the Museum of American Indian, and then we'd go have lunch in a corporate office, because my grandma had this little box of all these pins. And to get up into the executive dining room, all you needed was a pin on your lapel, right? And she had I don't know where she got this box of these pins, but she had them. And she would put them on, and she had this. She would carry this suitcase that was like, the biggest Tupperware you could ever imagine. And we go in, and where you want to have? You want to have lunch at General Motors? They got roast beef today. Or you want to go? Well, they got chicken. And we go there, and she would like load that suitcase up with, half of a roast beef and 6 chickens and a bunch of vegetables, and walk home. Like 60 pounds of food. And then, not only would we eat it, she would, there were many people who would, when we would sit down at our dinner table, it wouldn't just be us. Anybody who didn't have anything to eat, my grandma would bring them up, and we would share a meal with them. And that's kind of how Harlem was. We lived not that far from Malcolm X's temple, right? And that's what they called it, the temple. They didn't call it the mosque because the mosque was upstairs. The temple was this big. Had been an insurance company that these guys took over as abandoned building. And you went in, there's a big lobby, and they had a concierge. And on one side was a dining hall, a cafeteria. Other side was like a clinic. If you were hungry, you could go to the. If you were sick, you could go to the clinic, right? And then there were these stairs that went up to this mezzanine, at where the banks or the elevators were, and they had classrooms. You want to learn how to be a carpenter. You want to learn to get a job to do this. You wanted to do that. You could go there, and you didn't have to fill out a ton of paperwork. You didn't have to make money for them, right? Like Goodwill and and the Red Cross, because all those entities are all about themselves, right? So you see the theme here, right? The theme is the scariest thing is our corporate culture. That's the monster that we're facing, right? So I felt, and every grandma was my grandma, right? If I was doing something bad, some grandma would be sitting on the stoop or out the window. Hey, stop doing that. And by the time I got home, she would tell my grandma. So there were no police in Harlem in the 50s, right? And everyone was striving. There were guys sitting on the corner, not selling drugs, but singing doo-wop, because they were going to, go to the theater on Friday and Saturday and perform. I forgot the name of that place, but it was a big place. It's where all those groups came from, It's all the record producers produced that, and that's how they trolled for their new talent. Yeah, it's going to get, right now it's 78 here. The sun's coming out. Rain pretty hard. I don't think it's going to rain anymore. It might, but who knows. But it's supposed to be 31 tonight, but 58 tomorrow and 30. As long as it doesn't go down to 19, Yesterday we had some pretty nasty rain, and even though I tried to plug the holes in my box, it still rained inside. And it didn't rain as hard as it was outside, but I had coffee cups all over the floor because inside that box, it's not moldy, but it's, everything, before I put on a shirt, even though, this is clean, and I put it in the dryer, my neighbor's dryer, and then I put it in a plastic bag, tie it, and I put another plastic bag. It's still moist. So before I put the shirt on, I had to drape it over my electric heater, to get that cold moistness out of it. And I had to sleep in my clothes because that's the best way to keep my clothes dry. So, plus it keeps me a little warm. And I got 2 electric blankets. Like last night, it was still warm, but it was like 62 outside and 58 inside, which that's the thing that kind of makes the moistness, Anyway, so I was all wrapped up in an electric blanket last night as I was reading. So today's show is going to tell you a bunch of scary stories of things I experienced, and when you look at them, they're not as scary as what the corporate world is doing. And that's the real scary thing. That's the thing that woo, you know. Hayden, good to see you, buddy. Fish, James, Jane. Um, so let's see. When I was about 6, they had and one reason they had cobblestones in New York City is that it was real easy to take them up and work on the pipes and stuff, right? Because once they started blacktopping, surfacing the roads in New York, they'd have to dig them up, and potholes did not occur in cobblestone streets, right? So Fifth Avenue and up to Adam Clayton Powell Boulevard, they were, you know, blacktopping, right? And you could always tell what neighborhood was going to be gentrified next was when they started, you know, blacktopping roads. When they went from cobblestone to blacktops, that's when you knew, people were moving on up. Um, so they were doing that, right? And we didn't have bicycles, but there was this one kid who was, he had a bicycle, and he would always show off, right? One tire, and he was always, I'm so cool, I'm the best, I'm the this, and he was a real, no one really liked him too much. Anyway, so they were, and they had this big steamroller, big gigantic machine, must weigh hundreds of tons, big, and that big front thing that squishes the blacktop down. It's at least 10 foot high. And the guy was sitting back here, and he could not see right in front. He could see maybe 6 feet in front before the big rolly thing hit the blacktop. So anyway, we're sitting on the on steps, out front of one of my friend's place, and we were we would go to Malcolm X's place, and they would give anybody who was hungry a bag lunch, right? And they had the cafeteria, but they had this window where twice a day, starting about 10 to about 2, you go there and they just give you a bag, sandwich, a piece of fruit, um, whatever, right? And so we would go there, if we weren't going to school, if we were just hanging out, we would go and get it. And that was fine. That, part of the neighborhood, your kid, they wanted you to, have a meal. You didn't have to be Muslim. You didn't have to be part of the congregation. You didn't even have to be going there on a regular basis. You could just drop by that window and get yourself a sandwich and a piece of fruit. Anyway, so we're all sitting on the stoop. And this kid is like, zipping around on his bicycle, trying to impress us, and we're like kind of ignoring him. And he starts because they put down this blue stone before they put down the blacktop, right? And he's like, skidding on it and doing this. And the big squishy thing is on the other side of the street. They've laid down the blacktop and he's going over it. But this side of the street still got, blue stones. And so he's riding around and doing this. And he gets on the blacktop, so he goes really fast so he can go on the blue stone and skid and spurt the blue stones on us. Right? And we're like, we get up a few more steps. Anyway, so he's doing this, and he's on the blacktop going really fast, and he loses his thing, and he kind of lays it down on the blacktop, right? And the squishy thing isn't moving forward, it's going backward. Now the guy's not even looking backwards, right? And anyway, so the kid goes, and he gets down, and he's kind of stuck. I mean, it's like they sprayed oil on it, and it's sticky, and and he's kind of like not stuck, but he can't just jump up. And his back is to the squishy thing, and it's coming towards him, getting closer and closer, and we're just kind of, and we're like between the ages of, at that time, I was probably 6. And the oldest one of the guys sitting there eating our sandwich, he was probably 10. And this kid, he was like probably 10, 11, right? And we're just sitting there, and first, he like, gets stuck in the tar, and we're all kind of, oh, look at that guy. And we notice that the squishy thing is moving back, getting closer, and it's going really slow. And this kid doesn't see it because his back is to the squishy thing. And so, um, you know, um, we're just watching this, and we're thinking he's going to get up and get out of the way. But when it gets, it's moving really slow. But at a certain point, it is like now a foot away, and he's not even noticing it. And I can't believe he can't hear it. And we still don't like get up and try to help him or do anything. We just kind of watch it, and the thing like gets, the front tire of his bike, and that's when he looks, because now the bike is being pushed into the blacktop, and now he really can't get up, and he's like really trying to, yeah, and it gets it's like the front tire, and then the middle part and the handlebars, and now his arm, and then his side, and he was slowly, and the machine was making so much, he was screaming. We saw his mouth, and we couldn't hear him because the machine was so loud, and it took at least 40 seconds to roll completely over him. And the last thing it rolled over, it was like straight out of The Wizard of Oz. His two little legs were out there with his little kicks, his sneakers, and his legs were, because his head and his, middle part and everything else, he was like being squeezed like a tube of toothpaste. And the last thing to get squished was his feet with his sneakers, right? And rolled right over him. And we did not get up. We did not scream. We did not, um, really do anything. And it rolled right over him, and took about another 40 seconds for the thing to go completely over him. Both big, gigantic, rolly things. First the back one, and then the front one, and then, um, you know, um, you know, the thing went back another 10 feet, and then the guys didn't see it, and he moved forward and squished them again. And he ended up looking like this painting, but more red, maybe more like that painting, but more messed up. If you were to take these two paintings and put a lot more red on them, that's what the guy looked like. And the only thing that you could really tell, because when he got squished like a tube of toothpaste, his clothes got, his guts kind of shot through his clothes and kind of tore him up. But the only thing that kind of survived was his sneakers. And after the thing rolled past 20 feet and was going, kept going that way, it wasn't going to roll back over this guy, his sneakers went and popped out of the blacktop. So that was the first really death-oriented thing, right? Now I saw old people because my grandma was old and she had a lot of old friends, and we went to a number of funerals, right, where the guy was laid out and you could see him, and he looked like he was made out of plastic. And my uncle Arthur was an assistant medical examiner, and he kind of moonlighted in the funeral home, right? So there were many times Grandma would drop me off with Uncle Arthur, and especially because the medical examiner in Harlem was not far from my grandma's place, and so that was like the easiest place for her to drop me off because he was always there, and everyone knew her, everyone knew me, and I would just sit there, and I had my little magazines, and I would start reading. They had all of these great anatomy books, and they had why I am a psychosocial cultural forensic anthropologist, was they had all of these forensic books, and I started reading them because I could read, and I can remember, as far as I can remember, I could read, and I just couldn't read out loud, right? And because I had a stutter, and the stutter was I felt anxious about reading out loud, so I would stutter, right? There was no like biological or mechanical reason why I was stuttering. And it wasn't until high school that I really stopped stuttering when I read out loud. So, because my brain moves so fast that I've already turned 3 pages while I'm still trying to read that line, right? So, anyway, that's the other place I saw a lot of body parts. I mean, I remember, especially at the funeral home, it was like Tonka toys. I mean, they, desanguize people, take all their blood out, and then they would take all their guts out, and then they would, stuff them up, sew them up, make them smell nice, make their skin look good, put putty on holes. And, he was, people were like a block of wood to my Uncle Arthur. And, I remember going into that place, and especially because the ME there, that was one of the major, there weren't that many murders in Harlem, but there's still a million people, but a lot of people died. Heart attacks, car crashes, whatever. A lot of suicides. And so I saw a lot of that. By the time I went back to my family, you know, I don't know. I spent maybe 100 times at the ME's office, and I saw people with their heads blown off, and you know, but I saw this kid die, get squished to death, and it really didn't bother me, you know, because it didn't bother any of my friends, it didn't bother any of the people, because once they construction guys realized what they did, they stopped and brought the cops, they roped it off, and everybody was like at the edge of the rope. Look at that, yeah, Anyway, and they never quite got every bit of that guy out of the road. I mean, they paved over it, like that much more blacktop. I mean, he would come through. And every time they would dig up the road to fix a Con Ed thing or something or other, they'd find, some teeth or, bit of a skull, So, you know, and that, that part of the road got, after Martin Luther King got shot, they named it after him. And that's when I realized every road in America that's named after Martin Luther King, it's like in the worst part of the neighborhood is where most people get shot, killed, or car crashes. And again, this is the major theme of my whole Halloween show, is that the scary things aren't these kind of catastrophes. That's just life. It's what humans do to each other. That's the scary thing. And they do it not out of like, oh, I didn't know, but they do it on purpose. I mean, all the stuff that is going on in our government, defunding this, our environmental issues are even. I mean, we put more carbon um, into our environment in the Obamas than for the rest of industrial age before. And that's the thing. To think that one guy's going to save us, and not going to happen. Arr. So let's see. So that's that. So lots of body parts with my Uncle Arthur at the ME and at the funeral home. And I was really good at in the funeral home at putting on makeup. So he got me to, you know, do the fingernails, and it was, and after people are dead, they're just like a bag. That's where the ugly bag of water motif, that's all they were, you know. And there was a priest who worked at the funeral home, as because it was pretty much a Catholic neck of the woods, right? Over on the west side, there was some kind of uh, Methodists and Protestants because of all of the theological schools on the west side. From about 96th Street up to Needle Park and Spanish Harlem. There were all these. Columbia was up there. Reverend Coughlin's big church was up there, and But on the east side and center, it was, all these Indo-Europeans. So a lot of Jews, a lot of Catholics. And but I had a number of Haitian friends, who were over there. Um, Anybody who was kind of Hispanic, and anybody in the Caribbean was considered Puerto Rican in New York City. So there was a neighborhood of Haitians, and there were a number of those kids, especially a couple of kids who I went to school with, because after I got beat up at Holy Roller Skate um, Catholic school, nearly killed by Sister Avid Rabid DID, disassociate. Um, what does DID stand? Disassociated. It's where you don't know what your personality is. Disassociated something I disorder. It used to be multiple personalities, but they turned it into this. And and I got beat up because it was early '60s, late '50s, height of the Cold War, and everybody's scared they're going to be bombed. And our school was like just down the street from the Empire State Building, big window, and I said, I wouldn't get under the desk. When we death and cut, I wouldn't get under the desk, and they would, get under the desk. And I said, why? Look, there's the Empire State Building. That's ground zero. The Russians will dump 2 bombs up there. We'll be turned into atoms. I don't think this desk is going to protect us. And the nun must, I have this talent where I kind of get under your skin, and I either bring you this point where you kind of are broken through your neuroses and your DID, or you're pushed into severe psychoses, right? And when you deal with people who have PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder, they have, I when I was at the VA in the late '70s, I working there as instead of, they didn't trust me with a gun, so they gave me alternative work. And I was a bedpan guy at Fort Hamilton in Brooklyn, and the guy who ran it made me his protege. And I said, well, he was a surgeon. I said, wait, I'm not going in an operating room. You got to be kidding me. I'm a freak, because that's what I'm looking for. And that's what we did. We built protocols to get guys who just came back from Vietnam, losing, basketball stars in high school, losing both legs and coming back a heroin addict, And it was like, Lieutenant Dan. That's kind of the guys I dealt with for about 2 years. And one of the things you had to do was like push them past that PTSD, break it, get them to face it, see what it is, right? You do it with humor, you do it with just staying there with them and not giving up. And it's, you could do it, and he sent me off to study shamanic healing and alternative healing and Chinese healing and you name it, I studied it. And we put together a great protocol of acupuncture and herbs and psychotherapy. And then we, built the protocol. We did a double-blind study. We showed how well this worked, and that methadone was. We showed how methadone, historically came from the Nazis, and it's not an opiate, but it affects the sensors in your brain in such a way. Opiates you can get off of. You can get out of the chemical addiction, but once you got methadone in your system, and it used to, was when the Nazis invented this, it was called aldolfamine, and they made it because they didn't have enough sick people to run the death camps, and so they gave them this aldolfamine stuff. And if it didn't get them high, if they didn't get their shot, they would, go nuts, and that's methadone. So you can't get off it. The only thing you can do is, do heroin or opiates or fentanyl or something instead. But once it's in your system, once you're addicted to methadone, you are a junkie for the rest of your life. And we realized that early on. And so we never gave that drug um, to those guys, right? And there were other herbs, you know, there were other alkaloids that you could use and that would ease uh, the Jones in your little brain sensors and in your mitochondria. And so, anyway, we built this protocol, and my colonel was going to the Capitol in D.C. To go in front of a congressional hearing and show what this was. And he was driving up, from New York to D.C. one evening. He was going to stay overnight and then, go to the hearing early in the morning. And it was raining, and car crashed. And then they got out of their car and they walked over and put a bullet in his head. So it was written up as a car crash. He died in an auto accident. But when the body came back to Fort Hamilton and the ME there um, basically did the postmortem, um, and there were all these suits around him telling him what to say, and he filled it all out. The body was still in the refrigerator before they came and got it and, toasted him. And his wife didn't want him cremated, but they did. So they handed her an urn and an American flag. And this guy was unbelievable hero. He was from World War II. Anyway, so Emmy brought me down there and showed me the colonel's body and showed me the back of his head. This side of his bullet went in this way, and this side of his head was missing. And he says, they shot him in the head, and he could tell by, what shape his body was. He didn't die from a car crash. He died from a bullet in the head. And then about a week after that, after, we had the big ceremony and the new guy came in to run the hospital, the HR guy brought me in and said, okay, Al, you're all done. I said, what? I said, yeah, your responsibility to the federal government is over. You can go. And by the way, here's an envelope and sign this contract. So I read the contract and basically said, so, when I did not burn my draft card. I did not do anything against the law. I just was never around. That was my hitchhiking days, right? That's the next thing we're going to go into, hitchhiking stories. So, and I hung, for a good year and a half. I just, where'd he go? Well, he was just here. I don't know where he is now. And so, once they did track me down, meaning I had, my dad, Colonel in the Air Force. So I went to visit my parents one time, and there was this big stack of things from my draft board. And my parents both said, you got to go down there, right? Yeah, you haven't been around, so we could say, well, we don't know where he is, but we know where you are now. Here they all go down. So I went down, said, hey, I've been just moving around. I finally got these. Who do I go see? And the guy said, oh, you need to go see Lieutenant so-and-so, right? And you can come tomorrow, right? I know he's busy. Come tomorrow. So I did. So I went into his office, and, I went up to the thing, and there was this hallway, all these guys with their clothes in their underpants, and, they were being examined. And I go by all these guys. I go down a hallway to all these offices, and at the end is his office, right? Big, nice office. And there's a lieutenant there. The rest are, they're captains and majors stuck in little cubicles, and here's his captain. And, and I only know he's a captain because he's wearing a suit, but it says on this little thing, Captain so-and-so. And so, because I have an appointment at a certain time, and I show up exactly at a certain time, and he's got a secretary. I said, I'm here to see Captain so-and-so. Oh, you're okay, Al, okay. Go on in. So I go in, and he's got a file on me like that. He looks at me, and he goes, okay, sit on down. And I sit down, and he's like patting this file. He keeps looking through it, all the things I did, how I got involved in the union, how I was doing social activism. I was working for the church, and I worked, with the Boys Athletic League and all these different, social activism. And I didn't join Vista because I wasn't old enough, but I worked for this organization that was funded by Vista and did the stuff that the Vista volunteers would do. And so And everybody who worked around me were you know, um, conscientious objectors. So they were all telling me their stories and how to get out of it. Well, uh, hey, Bernadette, good to see you. So I'm in this guy's office, and he's patting, and he's reading little, he kind of chuckles, and he goes, boy, it really, you cost the FBI a lot of money. I mean, I don't know why they spend so much effort on trying to find you, but, you were like, where's Waldo? And I said, well, I was just having a good time, hitchhiking around the country. I mean, that was like the late 60s, early 70s. And I was still, still in school too. So I wasn't like draftable, but, they sent me my draft card when I was 18. You're supposed to fill out this form, and if you don't fill it out, it's not against the law, especially if you don't receive it. And I never received it. And all those envelopes were that form I was supposed to, um, you know, to show that I was going to go to college or what I was going to do. And I didn't fill any of that. And he said, FBI, I've been looking for you for the last year and a half, and they never found you. The only reason you're talking to me is you were at the door with those envelopes. That your mom had you. I talked to your mom a lot. So anyway, so he's got this big, you know, dossier on me, and he goes, Al, we don't think we can trust you with a gun. We're not going to draft you, but you still have to do alternative service. So, are you up for that? Are you going to go to college? And I said, well, I might. He said, well, if you do, you'll get an exemption for that, but then you'll have to still do alternative service because of all of that. I said, well, how about I do it now? And, then I'll go to college. Or maybe I'll go, I said, I don't know. But why don't we start the ball rolling on this so I can at least start, because I had to do alternative service for 6 years. Instead of 2 years in the Army, I had to do 6 years alternative service. He said, fine. He goes, well, you've done this, Vista thing. So why don't, this summer, why don't you, here, I'm going to sign you up to, go work at a school down south. Went down there and I made too much trouble. I was trying to get those kids a good education. I was trying to get the community to support. And it wasn't just black kids, it was poor kids. And the more and more I was, in my experience in Harlem wasn't about black people, it was about poor people, right? It was about class, and I kept seeing class as the biggest problem, right? And I used to go, to Malcolm X Temple, and I used to go listen to him speech. When you go see the movie, um, about Malcolm X, and he always gave these amazing speeches every day. It's like, and I remember, um, and that's when I first stumbled into anarchists, right? And there were these old Union guys. At these things, right? These Malcolm X, at the temple, and we'd go and I'd be like, 8, and I'd be talking to these guys, and they were talking about, class, and they were all union organizers, they were all political organizers of the 1890s and 1920s, and I really got some good info early on from those guys about what it was. Uh, D-Ron? Who's D-Ron? Anyway, so, um, I didn't last even the summer. So I went back up and I went to work at, for this union that I had worked for Local 3, IBEW, and they had this, the Boys Athletic, Girls Vacation Fund Boys Athletic League. And they had big, big buildings and, kids who had no place to stay, homeless teenagers. They would put them there and send them to school. And we all, you know, you were above 125th Street because Harlem got narrower and narrower. The public school that I went to, PS 127, I think, was in Columbia, and in those theology universities. And it was like going to Oxford. That's where I learned how to, start to read Latin. Before I hit third grade. Anyway, but see, all my experiences, I didn't stay there forever. I just kind of got the best part out of it and then moved on. Better to hear you with, exactly. That's why God gives us 2 ears, and now I have four. And so I went and worked at this camp up near Bear Mountain called Orenda, right? And I got there just when, and the, you know, Martin Luther King had gotten, all these black heroes had gotten killed in, 68, 69. And so, Harlem had the big riots. And that's when Harlem started to do this. And because they burned it up. And I remember talking to these union guys who would watch these things go on. And they wouldn't, they were in their 80s, 90s. They would just, they'd be sitting on a park bench and the riot would happen and they would just observe it. Happy Halloween.
Same ticket.
Yep. Yeah.
And you're funny.
Well, if we had 4 ears, we could listen to each other better than instead of screaming at each other.
That's true.
That's why I'm wearing these, so I can hear better. And see how I have 2 more eyes? So see the eyes there? Anyway, and so those guys told me that all the violence of the riots in Harlem in the late 60s were formed by provocateurs, agent provocateurs, right? And all of the, the whole Arab Spring, millions of people go out there on peaceful demonstrating against, their life sucks. And, like in Iraq, there's thousands of people out there and they have almost 200 people shot in the head. Because whatever violence is going on there is being done by agent provocateurs. It's, the average person who's upset is not going to want to burn down their own neighborhood deli. That's the only place they can get a cup of coffee. I don't think so, And they're not going to go loot the pharmacy where they get grandma's medicine. I don't think so. So... Hey there, it's Halloween. I was gonna have this like scary mask, but this is better, I got 2 more ears to listen to you and 2 more eyes to read your comments. All the better to hear you from. Yep. So and this little hack I have. It's from the high blood pressure medicine they gave me. And it was fine during the summer when it didn't rain here from end of March, till the middle part of October. It didn't rain one day. One day it rained 4 inches in an hour. But other than that, sunny, microwave. And so I didn't have this hack taking that medicine. Once it got everything wet and every spore, and I'm living out in the middle of Spore Central. There's mushrooms everywhere. And that whole holler is one big spore. And my little box is, like I said, I got coffee cups all over the floor. So anyway. Happy everything. And so that is the scary stuff, not the monster stories, not, going to visit Uncle Arthur in the morgue and reading forensic anatomy books. And, it's, it was interesting because between the ages of about 7 and 10, when I was still going to public school, I would talk about stuff like that, about, autopsies and body parts and how organs work and what your intestines look like. And when you're eating lunch, the sloppy joes, what it's doing to our large colon. I would talk about things like that. And the guys, my male buddies, my male cadre, were squirming. Whereas my female chorus, I had four, Kim, Debbie, um, what they love talking about body parts, right? And they were, "Oh, look at this. um, but the guys were squirmers, didn't like it when I talked about that stuff. And grown-ups hated it worse. And I remember this. I saw this old lady because I saw all these people at the morgue, who fell down staircases, and because they were like, not paying attention, they died. They electrocuted themselves. They, were holding the extension cord in one hand and stepping in the shower. You know, I saw this one guy that basically got, it was like he was taking a bath. He had an electric heater, and he put it nearby, and it fell into the bathtub with him, and he, got electrocuted, and no one found him until they smelled him, and he was like soup. I mean, he was just cooking and cooking and cooking and cooking and cooking for days, and he was in there, and his everything was floating in the water, and his bones were at the bottom, and when they and they would bring these people in the bags, and we'd unzip them, and there was no sex, there was no, ooh, look at that body, ooh, look at that, no, it was like they were just a lumpy bag of water, and most of the water was oozing out, and that's why Damara, in the beginning when she's like going to see pop up, when she just got out of vat 15, she was a lumpy bag of potatoes where all her body parts were going all the wrong direction, and she was covered by, monkey hair, And that's what these, guys look like, So death never really kind of scared me, not at all. Right? So I'm exposed to all this stuff, from 0 to about 7. At 7, my parents moved from the little tiny house. And my dad is now, totally kind of, his job, he never, he was written in. So he was, like when he died at 99, and, we, put him in the urn and then had, and, my parents, they have a burial plot in this part of Long Island that, the guy who's the head of the CIA for Ronald Reagan, his plot is right behind ours. The general who is chief of staff for Kennedy is right next door over here. So we're surrounded. I mean, that is where I'm going to be buried. When my dad got buried, he had the full friggin' Monty, meaning when my mom was buried, and when so the last year of my mom's life, and my dad was part of it. I was taking care of I was there pretty much 24/7. And my sisters would call up, I think, is she dead yet? So they wanted to come and go through her jewelry box. But little do they know that my mom kept rolling up her diamonds in tissue paper, and my dad, who's a triple Virgo, would throw it away. Oh, toilet paper, ooh, throw it away. So he kind of threw away $250,000 worth of the jewelry he told me, My mom died. She hardly had anything left in her jewelry box. But so when she died, and she, everything I have is, I got all the worst body stuff of my mother and my father. Meaning the blood thing I have is my dad's. The fact that I have no teeth, my mom. The diabetes, neuropathy, Charcot legs, all of that stuff, my mom, right? So my mom had all that stuff. And I should have taken notice and said, I better lose some weight and treat myself better. I'm going to end up like these guys. I just doubled down on it because I was being passive aggressive, being around them. And it's, when they were being jerks, there's not much I could do except leave, which I would. I'd go to the beach. I would go visit my friends. in nearby Floridian towns. So I go down to my nice little, you know, little bungalow down in the Florida Keys, which, during the winter, I would go there at least 3 or 4 times a month, for a day or two here or there, or a week, because it was really nice. I had this little bungalow off on all these little keys, right? And they're different shapes. And some of them are lumpy and have little peninsulas of their own. And this one guy had like I don't even know what to call it, not a spa, but, a really nice hotel built in the 50s, made out of concrete, very Italian architect, really, very George Jetson. And it had bungalows off on these little spits of the key. It was near Grassy Pine Key. And, the average tourist would go to the big hotel because it had a really nice restaurant inside by the lobby. Then it had a nice diner off the road. It had a tiki bar off near the marina, had a marina, and it had an amazing, gigantic swimming pool. Big, beautiful, something you see in Las Vegas, but it was concrete, but it was about 10 feet. So the whole fancy hotel, the floor, the lobby, and everything was about 10 feet above the sea level. So when the hurricane and the surge would come, it was all hollow. It would just kind of go underneath the hotel and not really hurt it. But it was about 5 stories high. It was all poured concrete and shells put in the concrete of the walls. It was really a nice place. And so I would go there, and there was a place called Bahia Honda, which used to be a federal kind of camping area, and then the state took it over. And when I first started going there, nobody went down there because that was in the days when the causeway down to Key West was, stepped on top. They just put this narrow road on top of the old railroad tracks. And then a big hurricane came and kind of knocked it sideways, and they built a whole new causeway, which was 2 lanes, 2 bridges, 2 lanes, right? So once they did that, then your average person could drive down there. But anyway, so I used to camp at this place, right? And because it was down there, these keys were just like out in the Caribbean, these storms would blow through, and mostly it was always blue skies with puffy clouds and gorgeous. But every day a little storm would rain, or, but sometimes they would be as strong as a hurricane, but just for about an hour, this thing would come. And if it was coming at you, you got messed up. So Bahia Honda it still is, go on the old internet and look up Bahia Honda. And it's these campsites are right on the ocean, and they're right in the mangroves. So you got all these beautiful kind of mangrove trees around you, and they got great facilities, bathrooms, showers, washers, dryers. And right there on the beach, they have electricity and water and a picnic table, right? So they have place you can put your tent, which is kind of a little higher up off the so if it rains, the water won't get in your tent. And there are these little boxes, so it's got great drainage, and then they have really fine sand. So when you put your tent on it, it's really, they're not like shells and stones. It's really nice. So I was going there for years, right? And they had this tradition where, you kind of had to make your, you say, I'm going to be there Thursday, such and such. You go there, and if you weren't there, and check-in time was from 4 p.m. till 10 a.m. the next day. If you didn't show in that little period between 10 a.m. and 4, your spot was open, and if you drove in and say, hey, I want to camp here, and if that person who had that reserved spot didn't pick it up and there was nobody else, you could drive there. So luck of the draw, meaning to try and get a site was tough, but if you were just loose enough to roll into one of those places, you could, right? And if you rolled in there and there was not a spot, and you say, so is there an open spot, this week? And if no one had reserved anything, you could reserve that spot. And so I would stay at this hotel that was really amazingly great, right? And And their season is like from New Year's until end of May. Anytime up, between end of May and New Year's, nobody's really there. And so, things are open, things are cheap. So I used to stay at that really nice hotel, and I knew the lady who owned it, and I knew, and not only that, they had tennis courts, they had a little um, golf course, they had lots of really interesting things in this place. And because it was there, families would go there, and they had staff to entertain the kids, and the mom and the dad could, go out and water ski and rent a little boat and go out to one of the little islands and have fun. And so, because there's tons, it's not just the Keys, there's tons of these little atolls all over there. So, um, the, you know, I cruise down there and I go in behind Honda, it's like 12:30. I go to the guy at the gate. I know, hey, Bob, how you doing? And I go, so you got something for me? He goes, oh, yeah, I got something nice, right there, right by the bathroom. Not too close, but just so it's a quick jog if you want to go, and it had great showers. I mean, hot water like all day long, washers and dryers, didn't have to pay for. I mean, and they had a little general store there. It was really the bomb. And so I cruised in, I unloaded, and I had my two dogs with me. I just had Bella with me. Homie wasn't born yet. And so we set up things, and I say to the guy, so how long can I have that space? Oh, you can be here all week. So I put in my hammocks, and I, went and got, walked up and down the whole thing and got palm fronds and wood and made my wood pile for my fire pit, and filled my little cooler with libations and fruit and veggies, and where Bahia Honda was, this little hotel, about 2 miles down the road, right? So I would go to the diner for breakfast. They had a kicker breakfast. I would go to the Cuban restaurant sometimes for breakfast or lunch or dinner. And if I wanted a real fancy meal, I go to the fancy restaurant and then hang at the tiki bar. And there was, it was by far, best barfly. All these, beach girls between the ages of 21 and 50. And there'd be like, 30 girls. And before the crowd, showed up before January 1st, maybe 6 guys, right? And I would go in there and I'd have my little reader advisor tablecloth and set up and have my crystal ball and give readings, right? And these girls love this. And, and there were about 5 barfly girls at the high end that I'd known, for a couple of years, right? And they knew me and knew what my prowess was. And so, by about 10:30, they'd have enough drinks in them. And the tiki bar, you would walk from the tiki bar, go up these steps and go, and it was this gigantic pool. I mean, really big pool. And it was like 6 Olympic swimming pools put together, and they had different areas. I mean, it wasn't just a rectangle. It had a little rectangle going this way and this way. And so there was one part where you sat, it had like a bench in the water and had warm jets, right? And so it was like, the jacuzzi, it wasn't quite a jacuzzi, but it was. And you could sit on that bench in the water, and the water was always like 70 degrees, and the jets, you could like put, that part of your back that hurt, or, especially women who like warm rushing water on certain parts of their body, and so that would warm them up, and then we would get, and they'd bring a bottle with them and, their little pouch of something to smoke, and we would sit over in the corner and snuggle and smooch and look at the stars, because that section where the jacuzzi has no lights. I mean, it was just one section over there that had lights in the swimming pool where they had lit up and they didn't have like a ladder. They had these really great steps, really easy to get into this thing if you were drunk. And it wasn't deep, it didn't go any deeper than about 5 feet. And so this was probably the best swimming pool I've ever been in. And I had a good 5 years of enjoying that. And so anyway, back to the story of how I got my little bungalow in this hotel place. So I set up, and the first day is nice, and then we would go. Um, you know, really, I would just nosh at the campsite. I really never cooked or made any meals because there were so many nice little eateries down, within 3 miles, and a little further past the hotel, the next key over, it was again this another very interesting hotel built in the 50s. It was built by a French guy, and it's like something on the French Riviera. And he had downstairs, he had a cafe, great coffee, and a cafe bakery. And so all these baguettes and croissants and really tasty stuff and great coffee. Upstairs was the French restaurant, and it was open for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And they had French stuff, and so the omelets, just amazing eggs, right? And it had a view out, and it had its own really nice swimming pool, right? And they loved Bella, and so she could just walk up those steps into that restaurant and sit under um, the thing, and he would give her stuff, and she didn't like beg for it. He would just like bring her a little bowl, and she would eat it slowly and appreciate it and start speaking French to him. And so I had a lot of places that people knew me and had a great time. And so when my parents were being jerks, I wouldn't even get in an argument. Before they even started being, I'd say, well, I'll see you in a few days. And I would just get my car. And, before they could say, but, I'd be gone. I'd see you in a few days. Be in a better mood. Bye. We'll have fun when I get back. And I would do that at least once a month, if not 3 times a month. Now, I wouldn't stay away for a week all the time, but sometimes I would. And so, um, so I'm at Bahia Honda. I got my campsite all set, right? And I go to the French place, and he had, he had a shortwave, so we could listen to everything, everywhere, right? And he also had a big 8-meter dish before, the internet. He got a lot of TV from all over the planet off his own satellite dish, which not a little dish, but he could listen to anything. And he was big into electronics. No, he was a great French chef. He was big into, because he was in the French Foreign Legion. I think he was into espionage. Anyway, this was his retirement place. And we talked about, he loved, what books I was reading, who I knew, da da da. We told each other stories. So it was great. And Bella would be under the table eating, speaking French to him. And then we would saunter down and, go swimming. And he would let her swim in his pool. The people at the other hotel, not so much. They didn't want to have, guests couldn't have dogs, but I could keep Bella in my little shack. That was one reason I bought that shack. But anyway, we're at Bahia Honda. We have a nice place. We come back from having nice breakfast at the French, place, and being in the pool and staying on the beach. And we come back around 4, and some drive back, I hear, the little weather siren come on my radio, say, hey, there's this thing forming out in the Caribbean, and in isolated locations, you may have a really bad storm, so watch out. So it's okay. Well, I don't see a cloud in the sky. I go into the campsite, park the car, um, and get Bella some drinking water, and I get under my hammock. I start reading a book, and I fall asleep. It's a beautiful, afternoon. The sun is kind of going down. There's a gentle breeze. It's just what you want. And I fall asleep. And then all of a sudden, I kind of fall out of my hammock. And, this gigantic crash happens. And, you know, Bella goes running for the car, but that's kind of way over there. And I said, no, we'll just go in the tent. This thing will blow over. And I have gallon jugs of water, distilled water, all around the tent. I didn't like nail it. You nail your tent into sand, no. But I had at least 40, 50 pounds of water all the way around the outside of the tent to hold it down, right? And I had my carpet, and then I had my, nice, cushy blow-up bed that pretty much took half the tent. and I had my pack and my this, and so pretty much that tent wasn't going anywhere. So I open up the thing, and Bella's like standing there, and it's raining pretty hard. And she's looking at the car and looking at the tent, and she's like, "Let's go to the car." And I go, "Come on, get in. It's raining hard. Get in." So she was okay. She gets in, I zip it up, and it's raining hard, lightning everywhere. And then this wind comes up, this one big wind, and it picks the whole freaking tent up and turns. It was like Dorothy and the Wizard of Oz. We start turning around, and the gallon jugs are whacking me upside the head, and we go through the air, and we hit the ground, we bounce up, we smash into not my car but somebody else's car, and then we go up against the fence. Right now, on the other side of the fence is this big drainage ditch, a mangrove swamp basically, and the highway. And luckily that fence was there. Because that fence wasn't there, we would have gone in that mangrove and drowned. Because all the stuff, my blow up mattress that got punctured was now like 40 pounds of wet thick on top. And then my carpet was on top of that, and all my clothes were on top of that, and we were buried on top of a mound of gallon jugs of water that had broken, gotten us totally set. The rain wasn't coming in the tent, but all those gallon jugs had right. And so, Bella's like on top of me, and her face was like looking at me like, "You moron, told you to get in the car." So we kind of dig through all the stuff. We get out. I zip it up, and I leave it against the fence. I'm not going to do a thing. I kind of get up. I got my car keys in my pocket, luckily, and I got my wallet in my other pocket, even though I am totally drenched. And we get in the car, and we drive to that hotel and can't see anything. It was raining so hard you couldn't see anything. But luckily, that hotel was just, half a mile, over the next bridge, and there it was. And we drive in, and it has a big, long thing to protect you from the rain. And we go in, and there's nobody in the hotel. And I say, "Give me you have suites with jacuzzis, don't you?" And he said, "Oh, yeah, we have a really, grade A, high price, suite." And because it's like bottom of the, nobody's there. There isn't a single, she's there, not only one. And she goes, "I'll give you that." She goes, "How long you want to stay?" And I said, "How about a week?" And she goes, "Okay, so that's a week, right? And I'll give you a coupon book so you can go have a couple meals, either at the Cuban restaurant or the diner, right?" Okay, sounds like a plan. And so your connection is unstable. Anyway, so we have a beautiful time there, and she lets Bella stay in the room because there's nobody else to complain, right? So she likes Bella, right? So we're there, and the next day is beautiful, the next day is beautiful, the next day is beautiful, the next day is beautiful. So, after about 3 or 4 days, and I am like enjoying everything about it, and she has this whole like board of, if you want a massage, if you want this, so I find a masseuse, and I get the masseuse come give me a massage every day. There's nobody there. Normally she charges $60, but uh, she goes, "Oh, I'll just give you an hour massage for $20 because my shop is in here, and all I have to do is, walk upstairs with my massage table." I said, "Okay, and by the way, I'll just pay you $40. How about that? You can give me a little longer one." Okay. So I was having the best of times. And they had, the hairdresser pedicure thing in the hotel, and I got like 3 pedicures because I had 3 little coupons in my book to get a pedicure. So, I was getting, luxuriated, and Bella was with me, and she got when I got a pedicure, the lady did Bella looked like a little bear because she was lab Newfoundlander border collie. And the Newfoundlander hair, just like really long and goes down to the ground. And I never cut it. She looked like Cousin It. But anyway, and she was all black, 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 black. And so the lady gave her, real good washing, and gave her a permanent. So all her hair had these. She looked like Shirley Temple, Afro Shirley Temple. And then her hair went afro after the perm stuff was in her hair, and it kind of, instead of having these like rolly curls she had for about a few days. When she went to water a couple of times, he was like a gigantic afro. It was pretty amazing. So anyway, so we're like the only guests there. And at a certain point, um, I come from the Cuban place with my Cubano sandwich and a little rack of Cubano coffees. And the lady goes, hey, I got a business proposition for you. I go, what's that? She goes, well, we have these cabins, right? I go, yep. And so you come here all the time. And when there are people here, Bella can't stay with you. And so she has to stay in the car. Anyway, how would you like, we're thinking of like condoing this place, right? And the first thing we're going to sell are um, those little bungalows. Now, we're not like selling it to you like you get the paper saying you own the property. It's like a timeshare, but it's not as restrictive as a timeshare. You can kind of come whenever you want. When you're not here, we'll rent it out, and we'll only charge you this amount for the yearly thing. I said, okay, what do you want? And this is when I was, working as a demographer, and I was making a pretty good salary. And she goes, well, we will, sell you. So she goes, let's, walk. Have you walked around those? I said, well, I've seen them, but I haven't really looked at them. So they had about 20 of these little bungalows all over the place, out, in the mangroves, nice, beautiful. So I found this one that was way out, away from anyway. The road went right there, and it was a real short walk to the marina and the tiki bar and the pool and the Cubano thing. A way longer walk to the hotel, but to those three places that I liked a lot, but less than football field, less than that, right? But it was out into the mangroves where there was a little island. It wasn't like on sticks; it was on ground, and it was on sticks because it was elevated back. Because when storm surges, so anyway, and it had this like nice little place where you could have a boat. It had a dock that went not way, but a good deal out into the deep water, and it was pretty wide. So it was like a nice, it came from the bungalow. Back of the bungalow had a really nice deck that went out into the water. So I said, I'll take this one. And it had electricity, air conditioning, septic, water, everything, right? Shower, toilet. And so it was $9,000. And she goes, we're ready to amortize it, but if you can pay the whole thing at once, give me a check for $9,000. You won't have to pay for 4 years of upkeep. I said, good. Here's a check, $9,000. Like I said, I had in the bank, and the contract enabled me to take it off on my taxes. So it was a double thing. That year, for 2 years, I didn't have to pay any taxes because I bought this place. And it upped my credit rating by a big chunk, right? And I also bought a new car, where I just, I bought, first, I said, well, if I buy this new car, they wanted like $26,000 for this new car. And I said, if I buy it straight up, because I've noticed that this car has been on your lot for like almost half a year, right? And it's got about 10,000 miles. You've shown it to a lot of people. Nobody wants to buy this car. I like the car. So, and it was a Cadillac Catera. It was like Cadillac trying to make a BMW. And it had a BMW engine and a BMW transmission. And the sucker could go from 0 to 1,000,000 miles an hour in a second. So I said, I'll buy this thing. If I buy it, when do you sell it to me? If I just buy it. And the guy goes, well, we want $36,000 for it, but if you take it right here. And I kept coming back this day. I'm looking at the Nissan and the Toyota and the this and the that, and I kept coming back to this car. And he says, I will sell it to you for $15,000. You give me a check for $15,000, right? We do all the paperwork, and then I will refinance it from my bank, and you'll only have to pay $75 a month, and I'll give you back your $15,000. And I won't even, I'll just process it, but I won't cash it, and then we'll you come back next week and we'll redo it. And all you have to do is pay $75 a month. And then, a year or two, if you don't screw this car up, you'll be able to sell, get another car, and it'll be still worth like, $30,000. And so that was a great deal. So by doing that and buying that piece of property, my credit rating went to like 880, and I didn't pay any taxes for about 2 or 3 years. I had a really good accountant. Anyway, so that's how I got that place. Now, one of the things she did not tell me was that, and why she was so quick to, that was the best one. And it was a little cheap. They not all were $9,000. They were all different prices. And what she didn't tell me was that this island, before they bought it, why they got a really good price and why they could build this really nice place and all the rest, was that this was a slave spot. This was a place where a bunch of folks, before Haiti had its revolution, a bunch of slaves would, get in, little dugouts and try to make it, and they would hide out in the Keys. This is before anybody, built a railroad or did anything. And so this was this little section where that little cabin was where a group of Haiti, zombies, that's what they call themselves, zombies, because what they viewed was that they were brought from Africa and then worked to death by the French and before the revolution. And so they were the walking dead. Everybody there, the 6 million or so African slaves there in Haiti, were basically the walking dead. And so they call themselves zombies because in their African religion, people could be born again, right? And because the Christians were, not, the Europeans hadn't totally taken over Africa by then, but they were doing it. And the first wave was the Christians, and the Christians were talking about being born again in Jesus Christ. Anyway, so they were born again, but how they view themselves in their religion was, there was different types of zombies. People who were like dead and put in the ground, and people would dig them up and reanimate them, right? And there were people who were dead, and before they were like put in the ground, they would, they weren't all dead, just kind of dead, not all dead, just kind of dead. And so, because they were the walking dead when they were the slaves of the French in Haiti, they basically, made themselves a log canoe and canoed to this little chunk of dirt there in the Keys before it was the Keys, before it was Florida. I mean, the Spanish had come and gone, but the Indians were still around down there. And so they kind of mixed in with the Indians, and they had created a very interesting shamanic spirituality of African, French Creole, and Indian. And these guys, the Indians, were pretty serious guys. So I basically, spend the whole week getting pedicures and having loads of fun with the barflies, and the lady, middle of the week, basically says, "Why don't you buy this thing?" And I say, "Fine." So we do all the paperwork. I give them the check, and instead, I go back and I'd gone back to Bahia Honda and cleared up my campsite and packed up, and I was staying at the hotel, and I was going to come back to Bahia Honda, but I now had this beautiful little, cabin on the water in the Keys with a tiki bar, less than half a football field, a beautiful swimming pool, less than 3/4 of a football field, and a Cubano restaurant that was kicking, right? And at night, he was kind of a little nightclub, because he kind of never closed. He kind of lived in the back of that thing, and he had these great breakfasts, great lunches, great dinners, and then he would play he and his brother would play Cubano music, and their daughters would sing, and we would dance. It was like, you couldn't beat this, right, with a stick, right? And, And again, I only got it because a hurricane threw me up against a chain link fence and nearly drowned me. And then I kind of stumbled, I'd been staying there, but I hadn't stayed there like I stayed there. And then the lady at this point was like desperate for money, or she was, that 9 grand saved her butt, right? She needed to come up with some money, or they were going to foreclose, and that 9 grand gave her, because I was the first guy to buy anything. And so, you know, so I move in there, and between the Cubano guy and the tiki bar and the barflies, my little bungalow turns. People are staying there. People have got their boats because it was a really long dock. You could put, you know, maybe 3 speedboats on either side, maybe 2 small, um, you know, pontoon houses. So I had people living there because there was electricity and water. They could on the dock. They could plug in, and so people were there, and they were like sharing the wealth. Because these people were living under the radar. Let's say that. And this one guy, his brother was really rich. And this one guy was, he was like a ne'er do well of a rich family, but he was always figuring out, he was a smuggler. He called himself a smuggler. And what he used to do, and this was like in the 90s when raves were the thing, he there were all these islands out there, you know, a mile or so off of the U.S. line of where authority had authority. And he would go out those islands and have raves on the islands. So I'm there, and he knew me from the tiki bar. But once he was like living on my thing, and because the mangroves were all around me, the rich guys who were in the big, when they had the big yachts, they didn't see this. It didn't like raise any flags or cause any waves, and so it was like the summer of love all over again in 1996. And so um, I'm having a great old time, and I'm not going back. And I don't have a cell phone. You know, I call my parents once in a while. Say, I'm staying down here for a while. How are you guys doing? Oh, we're okay. Are you feeling better? Are you're going to be okay? You're going to be nice when I get back? And and I could feel energetically they weren't dying yet, so they could still be nasty, right? So, um, so this guy, we have these raves on these islands, and it's just having loads of fun. So it's getting to a point where the lady who owns the place, it's still not raising any flags. The cops aren't saying anything. The other, there's nobody there yet to complain. And she goes, if you stay here any longer, you're going to have to just, dial it back a ways. I'm all for having a good time, and it's okay for what you're doing now. And you saved my butt, and you're not really doing anything wrong or hurting anything or breaking anything. And the tiki bar is making more money. So, I mean, these are all good. I'm weighing these things, but you got to know once the Canadians show up, they're not going to be able, even though they can't see you, their little, smell detector goes up high. So I said, yeah, I understand. And so, I probably have to go back to my, take care of my folks. So it's all good. But we're just having a grand old time. So, and we didn't, you'd think we would be out on the island, but doing the island ravey thing, unless you were really doing it, it actually kind of cost them money. Because they had to ship, and there was a big lobster business, and he bought one of those lobster boats, which is like a big tugboat, but it's a flat back, right? And I have a big crane on it where they dig down and lift up these lobster pots and put them on the deck. And then they shake them out, and the lobsters fall into the freezer underneath. And that's what a lobster boat does, right? A modern lobster boat. And so it's got a big crane, so it can lift, and those pots are big. So they can lift a ton or so and move it out 40 feet. And it has a very low draft. So, it's just got a draft enough to have 2 gigantic diesel screws, right? So he has that, and that's what he puts everything he needs on that flat. He has these small little containers with all his generators and refrigeration and stuff to run, all his equipment to run the thing. And I used to help him, and he would, give me a lot of nice boo and whatever else I wanted, and he'd make 20 grand a party. And so, he'd give me $1,000, and then he'd give me another 1,000. I mean, the other folks weren't quite paying me rent, but they were all his friends, and so he would like give me $1,000, at least every 2 weeks or so, cash, just because he wanted to keep. This was the best setup he ever had. I was helping him out, I was making the parties really flash with the lighting, and the electricity always worked, and no one got electrocuted, and so and I never asked for anything. I was just enjoying the ride, and it wasn't costing me anything. And I was always meeting interesting people because it wasn't low grade, low life scene. It was like, ne'er-do-wells and above, right? Even the barflies were ne'er-do-wells and above, So, I didn't want to, so he would just lay me a grand every week or two. So a month and a half go by, I left after Christmas. My parents were like Christmas guy. My parents, and I left, just before New Year, right? And I drove down, and that's where I got the campsite because nobody was there. And then, the week after New Year's, that storm hit, and then I stayed 2 weeks in the hotel. And then I bought the place, and I was in the cabin, right? So everything's going great. 3 weeks have gone by. He's given me like a couple of grand in those 3 weeks, and we've been just having the best of times you can even freaking imagine. And there was, if you were anybody who, I can't go down into town and go to the grocery because people make me nervous. Well, there were so many different people. If you had multiple personalities, this is the place to be because you'd be anything, and all these people weren't being anything. Because I was the one singular thing that didn't change, me and Bella, but everybody else did. So anyway, I'm having one of the better times of my life, and I know I've been coming to this place for the last 5 years. The police department is two things over, and the French guy, the chief of police, is the French guy's best friend. And so the chief of police would come breakfast. So I knew the chief of police like this. And when they built the big highway, they also built a water treatment plant there. And the really rich guy, political rich guy, started. So what are your vegetables for lunch?
We'll have a bunch. I have soup beans and greens, cabbage and sweet potatoes and coleslaw.
Ooh, yeah, you got a lot. And mashed potatoes?
Don't have them made. I have apples.
Okay.
And there's something else.
Well, it's not lunchtime for me yet, but it soon will be. So.
Okay.
Right. So I knew everybody, and so there was no, I even knew the DEA guy, right? And I knew him because back in the '60s, I used to go when the Keys were really bohemian, when it wasn't like what it was then, and now is now. Now it's like I wouldn't even go down there. But the DEA guy, the first time I went to Bahia Hondas when I took Gary Blue on a road trip because he kept trying to kill himself. And I went to see him, and he was really a handsome guy. He was a great painter. He was just on the edge of becoming rich and famous, and he couldn't schmooze with people. So he would get drunk and then say really stupid things. And so, and he kept trying to kill himself with pills. I mean, because the doctors gave him, really heavy downers to like get rid of his anxiety. And one time he took a whole pill, a whole bottle, and it turned his face into a monster. He went from like really a handsome, guy like the Marlboro Man to being a monster. And anyway, and he did it twice, and then he tried to lose himself in the bowels of New York City, along with the mole people, and that made him go even more nuts. And Again, guys, go back and watch them from the beginning. After the next day at your leisure, go watch these things. See, they're all valuable from the story and the energy I put in them. So I got more than 700. Go get yourself that dartboard. Start, start. Watching more shows. If you throw the dartboard, shamanically, you will watch the show you need to watch that day. And if you do this, it'll blow your freaking mind. It'll change your life, and then you will tell other people, and they will do it. And I will have more than 350 of a cadre. Come on. This has been more than a year. There should be a few more. Now, thousands of people are watching, but they're not committing. Right? They don't want to be part of the story. Right? So anyway. So the first time I went to Bahia Honda, I mean, really went there and camped and spent a month there, was with Gary. Because the third time he tried to kill himself, and every time he tried to kill himself, he messed himself up more and more and more, to the point where he was like me. He was like 25 years old. He looked like he was 110, and he couldn't paint anymore. And so his dreams were. Anyway, I went to see him in the hospital every time he did it. It's the third time I said, Gary, cut it out. I said, Gary, how long have we known each other? He said, I don't know, about 5 years. I said, what do I do? He said, well, you work really hard here, and you know everybody here, and you have a great time, and then you disappear for about 6 months. And when I come back, I usually have a tan and lots of stories. And what do I always say? You say you go on vacation. I said, Gary, how long? Gary came from Wyoming. He then went to Cal Arts and was a star there. Then he came to New York to make it big. And, he was there the 5 years I knew him. And he had 3 different times to make it big, and he screwed each one. I mean, it wasn't that he wasn't a great artist. It wasn't, And so I said, Gary, in all these years that I've known you, have you ever taken a vacation? He goes, no, I've always stayed here. I said, why do you think you're so depressed? You're from Wyoming, this place is gigantic, big, things. And then you spent, 5 years in, Cal Arts, and, you were a surfer boy. And out here, you're living in a tenement apartment, no, you need a vacation. He goes, that's right, I need a vacation. And so I said, the minute you're out of here, you come, and I had an art gallery in Soho called Una Bear Gallery. Jane and, what's his name? Bear, right? And they had 2 little daughters. And they gave birth to the daughters in the art gallery as an art piece, and they had a window right on Broome Street. And Broome Street came from the, Williamsburg Bridge, Bowery, across Broome Street to the Holland Tunnel, right? And so Broome Street was 24/7, big trucks and cars inching through the stoplights to go into the Holland Tunnel. And, so we were all like kind of crazy from the carbon monoxide from the diesel trucks because, our gallery window was that far from the road, and the exhaust was, anyway, and they lived in that window and were naked and would sleep and have sex and pinch a loaf in the window. Now, the people on the sidewalk, it was above them. They couldn't see it. But if you were in a Greyhound bus or if you were in a tractor trailer as a driver, you'd be looking right in them windows, seeing Phil and Jane Bear, Una Bear Gallery. Go Google that one. And that was one of the things that started Soho, because the guys who had the galleries up on 52nd Street, I was always doing their lighting. And, and I said, hey, listen, I have an art gallery downtown. And, all you got to do is take the IRT and get off at Spring Street and walk 2 blocks, and there's our gallery. Well, they could do that. And the guy who started 420 and the guy who started OK Harris, what was his name? Pop into my mind. They came and they said, wow, this is great. I said, listen, these buildings, I was offered one of these buildings for 75 grand, and my father had a fist fight with the old Jewish guy. So you can buy any one of these buildings for nothing and put your gallery here. So you can have a satellite gallery, right? And there are all these artists that are now moving into these lofts. And you can be on the front end of, this new art wall, and they were going, yeah, that's a good idea. So what was the guy who started OK Harris? It'll pop into my mind, but he was Andy Warhol's gallery guy. Anyway, um, so about we did too good a job advertising it. We went down to Mayor John Lindsay. The building department and fire department are giving us a hard time for living in lofts. So we're not doing anything. We're paying rent. We're not stealing anything. Come on, give us. And so we went and saw Mayor Lindsay, and about 10 of us, and it was Julian Schnabel. No, not Julian Schnabel. Philip, not Philip Glass. The guy who does the steel sculptures, the big ones. His name will pop in my head. Andy Warhol, Judy Riffin, Marilyn Minter. Who else? A couple other people. And we went in there and said, listen, you really, and Mayor Lindsay was going on about New York City being fun city, blah, blah, blah. And we said, this is, New York has to bring out the best what New York is. And this place, that's between Houston, south of Houston to Canal Street, from 7th Avenue to Broadway, is this neighborhood of these industrial buildings that, stopped being valuable after World War II. And now artists are slowly moving in because this is a cheap place that they can make their art. They can get 1,000 square feet for like $200-300 a month. Nowhere else in Manhattan can you get that. And then people can come down and look at the art. Now we've already had an art gallery. We're already doing this, and OK Harris is opening up. You need to, you're like the president of New York City. Have an executive order, state that this area, and we have this whole proposal. It's going to be called Soho, and it stands for South of Houston, right? And there's going to be this other neighborhood that's coming up. It's the triangle below Canal Street. And that's Tribeca, right? So, we sat in his office. We had the big map of New York City. We had the guy who was in charge of real estate taxes in New York City, and the guy who is like the development guy. And they both said, "Yeah, this is a great idea. This will, yes, do this, Mr. Mayor." And we said, you'll be remembered for this. We'll lionize you. It'll be great. And he said, okay. And he said, there are a number of property the city owns that we can start moving towards culture. So he had the city lawyer there sign, write up a executive order. We signed it. We all signed it. We had magic markers around things, lining out where instead of redlining a neighborhood, we were blacklining it, putting it in the black. And and we also talked about, the Lower East Side and the West Village, and we were all going to make this as this big cultural thing because NYU was already there. Washington Park was already there. McDougal Street with all the coffee houses were already there. There were little theater, the loose, Chinatown, little, it was all there to be put together as a nice package, which it is today. And we did that. The 8 of us, Magnificent 8. And and that's when I had my loft on Worcester Street and the gallery. When I bumped into the Bears, right? And I had given up my space to a friend of mine because I'd gone to Jamaica for 6 months and came back. And that's when I moved into the Una Bear Gallery. But within 3 years, those lofts were no longer $200 and $300 because, there was an article in the New Yorker and all the lawyers wanted to, and the guys who worked on Wall Street wanted to move into those lofts. So the rents went from $200 and $300 to $2,000 and $3,000. Now, how I got over on that was I knew all the people who owned these buildings. I knew all the people who were rich, who were the first people in there. So I fixed up their lofts. I put in, septic lines and plumbing and legal electricity, and then turned their loft into an amazing palace of amazingness, right? And how I did it was, okay, they would get, it was called a key fee. And what I would do is, I knew this was coming, so I would have, I had this, 8,000 square foot loft, and I had this other one on top of the building that was about 4,000, right? And that was a really amazing one. And that's the one I gave to my friend, and we kind of traded. I got the 8,000 square foot one, that's the one he had, but it was dark. And it still had windows, but it was dark. This one up there was on top of the roof and had skylights, and the whole back wall was glass. It was pretty amazing. So we switched, and I basically took that 8,000 square foot and I put a hallway right in the middle, and I put about 12, 15,000 square foot lofts. 6 on one side, 6 on the other side. I brought up electric risers with meters down the basement. And I brought, septic line and put a toilet, a shower, septic line, toilet, shower, and a pipe going out to like a sink, that was like a kitchen sink, a gas line, hot water heater, a stove, right? And, air handler that would just, came up out of the air handler and pushed into the space and blew hot air or cold air into the space, And the people I would get, and I made a deal with the person who bought that building, that I would do this with a thing, and I would get a key fee. I mean, for that lawyer to get that space, he would pay me what I wanted for that key and would get it, right? And then he would pay me a lot more to fix it up to his like little dreamland kind of look. And they would get a 5-year rent, and that landlord would, pick, he was getting $300 a floor, and now he's going to get $3,000 a month for that floor. Well, as it got more and more popular, by the third year, people were getting, $20,000 a month for that same square foot. But that was part of the deal. And then, at the end of 5 years, that person would have to pay, the landlord whatever rent he wanted, or if they wanted to get out, the landlord would pay the key fee that I charged them for that empty space. Not getting it all fixed up, because the next person might rip it all out and do something else with it. And that was the early 70s, right? When I was, just came back, got hooked up into being part of, working at Fort Hamilton and working in the VA. But this is the thing, I'm being the artist and still being an electrician and still being involved with, Grandpa Stahl, he hadn't died yet, and all this other stuff I was involved with, So I did this one thing, and I got each key fee was lots of money, like 10 or 15 times what they were going to pay for rent is what I got for the key fee. And then I would get 10 or 15 times more to fix that space up into what they wanted it to be. And so they still had their nice little apartment or condo in the Upper West Side, but they wanted this thing down in the groovy new Soho. And so the deal I would make when I would fix it up for them, I said, okay, it's going to take 6 months to fix this up. And in the 6 months, I'm going to be fixing up, and I'm going to be like camping out here, right? So within the, I've already fixed it up so you could live there. It's got a bathroom, shower, hot water, air conditioning, heat, a kind of stove, refrigerator, sink, and then the rest was just open space and big windows. Each loft had windows at the end, and the rest were walls, door hallway. So, and what the landlord put in was, an elevator. He either made the service elevator nicer and got, like 24/7 elevator operator, or he would, spend 50 or 100,000 to put in an automatic elevator. So that's what I did for, between 1972 and 1976. 76, I moved down to Pearl Street, right? Or downtown. Because I first lived on Water Street, then Pearl Street. Anyway, in that interim period, when I was, got rid of my space around 73, and I was involved in the Una Bear Gallery, and their rent went way up. Their rent went from $300 to $5,000, right? So they were never, but it was a really big space, really amazing. It was well worth it. It was the whole corner of Broome Street. It was about 6,000 square feet, ground floor, basement, and the floor above. And so, and the basement was really cool because the sidewalk was this cast iron sidewalk that had holes that had leaded glass. So all of the basement had sunlight coming in from the sidewalk into the basement. So anyway, they said, Al, why don't you move in and help us pay the rent? So I moved in, and the rent was $5,000 a month. I said, I can't help with that. I said, you're making all this money? And I said, no. I said, we need this to be sustainable. I was very much into sustainability. So what we did, and because, from the floor to the ceiling of the main, ground floor space was 30 feet, big high ceiling. And so what we did, Jane basically, because she had the first baby, Una, she would sit in this lazy boy, and she would get herb from Benny, and she would roll blunts and spliffs, and Benny would give her the raw materials and pay her a couple $100 for every box of these things she rolled. She really did a nice job, and they burnt really good, and she would be just puffing away, and that whole gallery smelled like, right? And the cops didn't care because when Una was born, so Jane's going to have this baby, right? And it's coming in July 4th. And her baby doctor calls up, Jane, I'm going to Long Island, you're 1 month away. How you feeling? You okay? Because I'm going to go out to Long Island. I really won't be able to be gotten a hold of, And Jane says, no, I'm fine. So, she, as soon as she hangs up, half an hour later, her water breaks. And it's 4th of July, New York City, Lower Manhattan, Soho. There's nobody there, right? And Jane's just sitting there rolling spliffs and smoking away, right, in her lazy boy recliner. And, she was trying to call the doctor, and no answer, just answering machine. So I go, I'm going to run down to Dr. Finelli's, and if you listen to Billy Joel, first album, Piano Man, he's got a song about our neighborhood on Spring Street. Wanda and Jerry just going steady. That was Phil and Jane, the summer of, and all the people in our neighborhood were in that song. And there was his doctor, and he was an old world doctor who had been there forever and made up all the stuff for you. I mean, he still was a doctor, could write your prescription for penicillin or whatever, but he did it all there, right? And so I ran down there to get him. He wasn't there, but his lady, who is like the pharmacist, but they made the stuff. They didn't buy it from Big Pharma. They made the stuff, and the one where she would have, if she had been there, she would have been, she would have come and delivered the baby, but she wasn't. But somebody had the store open. It was a Saturday, and the store was open, and I looked around. What should I get? What should I get? And what did I get? Phil and I both had really long hair. I bought shower caps to put our long hair under so it wouldn't get into Jane's woo-woo, and other stuff, that made no sense, like rubber glove, just. And I ran, Phil goes, what'd you get? Where's the doctor? Where's the lady? And so they weren't there. And so we're going, and as you know, and I asked the girl, so is, the pharmacist going to be back? And she goes, maybe around noon. And so, um, it's about 10:30. So Jane goes, I'm fine. I have no contractions. I'm really good. And she was a farm girl. Both Phil and Jane came from Methodist minister families from the Midwest that, you know, um, didn't know, and they were artists, and they went to Cal Arts, and then they came to New York, and they were part of the SDS. So these people were like, their DNA came from Methodist minister farmers to going to school, in the 60s during the anti-war scene and being that. And Phil worked for the IRS. That was his day job. But he had hair down to his butt. But he'd go to work with a suit and his hair in a ponytail, and they didn't care. Um, so, uh, so um, it's now 11:30, and Jane's just puffing away, and she's not having any contractions. She's fine. She just her water broke. We could have gotten a cab and gone to the hospital, right? So I run another 6 blocks back to the pharmacy, and when I get there, it's closed, right? And I come back, and I'm like sweaty, and I have my hair under a shower cap, and these 2 cops are like walking down Spring Street, and they're like the size of cows. And they got their belt on, they got their nightstick and their gun and their mace and their radio, and their bullets, and they know me because they're the cops in the neighborhood, and and it's Soho, so nothing phases these guys, and they know Phil and Jane, and they walked in there with the smell there, and they said nothing, and so um, Phil and Jane are in there, and Jane's just rolling away, puffing away, and I'm like not quite in front of the gallery, but they see me, and they see that I'm like, just drenched to the bone, got my hair stuck under a shower curtain, and my eyes are kind of looking like this, and like, Al, what's wrong? And I said, Jane's having a baby. Jane's having a baby. And there's no place. And we don't know what to do. And Dr. Masugi ain't there. And the pharmacy lady ain't there. And I don't know what to do. And I start to cry. And the guy goes, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Let's go see Jane. So they kind of go in. And they're like so fat, they can hardly go up the steps into the gallery. Because these big, beautiful cast iron, very rococo, no handle. And so they make it up there. And there's Jane, and she's hitting her lazy boy, and she's got a lake of water around her, and she's got like her rolling table there, and it's got like half a pound of really nice bud that she trimmed down, and she's rolling away, and she's smoking away. And Jane, you okay? Oh yeah, I'm fine, Officer Bob. And he gets on and says, hey, we need a bus at such and such, and we have a pregnant woman, water broke, we need to go to the closest delivery hospital, which was St. Vincent's, just straight up 6th Avenue, right? So the bus shows up. By that time, another cop shows up from the neighborhood with a car. And just in case the bus doesn't roll, they were going to put Jane in the car. And so Phil, me, and the other 2 cops get in the back where the cage is. So, the 2 cops are on each side. Phil and I are, and Phil's he's just gotten back from the IRS. And he's wearing a suit and his hair underneath a shower curtain, and I'm wearing like what I'm wearing now, and got my hair under a shower curtain, and we pull into the bus is there, and we get out, and the guys are putting Jane. She didn't want to get on she just walked into the bus, and they had and they had the gurney, but it could also be a seat like a wheelchair. So she's sitting there. She didn't want to lie down. She's sitting there, and they're getting her out, and they're putting her into a real wheelchair, and it's like a maternity wheelchair. So there was like a space between her legs, right? Kind of supported her nice, her haunches, her legs, and rolled really nice. But there was so if something happened, the doctor could go right there. So we roll in, and it's St. Vincent's Catholic things. It's 4th of July, so they're not big staff. So who's, at the gatekeeping is a nun and a nun nurse, a nun and a nun nurse. And the nun is like an administrative nun, and the nun nurses, and so they're going down, the lines of, what's your name, where you live, you got insurance, what religion are you? And Phil goes, we're atheists. And the nuns go, she can't come in here. And the cops go, what are you talking about? She needs to go, up and have the baby delivered. This is a baby hospital, We came to this section, because this is where, women having babies come. And this is where, and the guys who were in the ambulance are going, no, nuns, get out of the way. And the nuns go, we're not getting out of the way. This is a Catholic hospital. No atheist is going to have a baby here. And this woman walks in who is a straight up, baby doctor, right? And she walks in, and the nuns don't like her because she's a doctor. She's like a little higher on the authority thing. And, it's 4th of July, so she's on the low totem pole. The guys aren't there, but she's in charge of delivering babies on the 4th of July, this day. And the cops have their hands on their guns, and they're about to pull them on the nuns. And that this doctor strolls in and sees what it is. And, Jane is starting to have contractions now. And so, and she's smelling like, we all smell, even the cops smell like marijuana. And and the nuns are like standing in front of the elevator. And, she goes, Sister Holy Roller Skate, get out of the way. And she goes, Doctor, Toto, we can't let them in. They're atheists. And she turns to the officer and says to the officer, do whatever you need to do to get these women out of the way. I need to take this woman up to the 3rd floor. Right? So they, cops are, they're like looking at the belt. What can I use? Handcuffs, billy club. And the nuns kind of, when these guys look like they're going to beat the nuns down, the nuns kind of get out of the way. And so Phil, the doctor, and the 2 police, first we rolled Jane in, the doctor's in front of her. Phil and I are rolling Jane in. Phil's on her side. Sweetie, I love you, I love you, I love you. And Jane's like, oh, I wish I had a joint. And so, and then the cops kind of going backwards, with the guns pulled on the nuns. And we go up in the elevator, and the going up, the baby falls right out, right into the hands of the doctor. That's, Una Bear, first bear, right? And we get up there, we go into one of the, little places, not a room, not an operating room, but a place where, the triage would be. And, all the tools she needs are there. She gets Jane, she puts Jane, this thing leans back, right? So she leans Jane back, and, she puts the baby on Jane's, she lifts her shirt up, and she puts the baby on Jane's breasts and her stomach. And we, we're there. And so you cut the cord, clean the kid up, do all the kind of tests, fill out the paperwork. And we go, and Jane goes, I want to go home. And the doctor goes, I see no reason. Everything, the baby's swaddled, the baby's healthy. We've, done all the tests. We've filled out all the paperwork. Not a problem. You're in good shape. Everything's clean. Everything's working great. No problem, And so we put Jane up, and she's like this, and the cops are on either side, and Phil and I are next to her. Phil's behind her. Cops are next to us, and we roll out into the hallway. The elevator opens up, and there are the 2 nuns. And along with the administrative nun is a real administrator of the hospital. And he goes, this baby was born in the elevator. Legally, it's considered a blue baby. And this baby has to go into the ICU and stay there for 2 weeks, separated from the mother, And that's the legal thing. I don't care what your policemen say. This is the law. And they were taking the law, administrative law, and the hegemony of the Catholic Church, and treating Phil and Jane and I like zombies. Like we own you, we control you. You can't do it. We're going to screw your baby up for the rest of its life. And the two policemen, this is when they actually frigging pull out their guns. And the one, Officer Bob goes, I don't care what you say about administrative law. I have a gun. And I'm going to put it in your mouth and blow your brains out if you don't get out of our way. And by this time, he's like called up his clan, and they've already shown up with 3 or 4 cars down there, and it's starting to turn into an event. And the head guy realizes, I'm really the lowest man on the totem pole here, and I will be fired if this thing gets out of hand. And he goes, obviously everything's fine. We don't have to, go to the letter of the law. We'll let you go. If you officers are going to take the responsibility, the legal responsibility, if anything goes wrong, it's on your head. You can't sue us. It's not our fault. And so we go down the elevator, we get in the police car, and we go back to the thing. And Jane goes back to rolling things. There's about 20 policemen in there. I make a big pot of spaghetti sauce, and start making pasta and eggplant parmesan. And the cops are bringing in roast beef and potatoes and booze. And then the pharmacist lady who could have delivered the baby shows up, and she checks Jane out. And so the cops are smoking blunts, which are cigars with boo in them, right? And then Mike Finelli, the godfather of the Lower East Side, shows up, and by 5 o'clock, we got 300 people in there. There's just one gigantic cloud of marijuana smoke and Italian food and roast beef, and everyone's drunk and stoned. And Mike Finelli has brought in his band, and they're playing Italian music, and people are dancing, and Phil and Jane are dancing, and Mike Finelli is holding the baby, handing it over to Officer Bob, and so they're and just up the street was where the Theosophical Society was, and they came down, and all the Druids were blessing everyone, and that was the 4th of July, 1974, the day Una Bear was born. And she was conceived in the window of Broome Street while thousands of truck drivers watched Phil and Jane have sex. So all of these things could be seen in the eyes of, the status quo as horrible, horrifying. Oh my God. But no, this is life. This is beauty. This is what life is supposed to be. This is love's co-creation, right? So, what do you guys say here? Speaking cold, they say it will, yep, it's going to be 30s tonight. I'm going to be in my little box. At least it won't be raining or snowing. And I have some nice electric, I'll be snug as a bug in an electric blanket, but getting out of the electric blanket will be a bit much. Halloween, 5-2, Graham, love your teacher. I'm late again. You guys need to go and watch these on replay. Get yourself a dartboard. Throw the darts, whatever 3 numbers you get, go watch that show, because shamanically that will be the show you need to watch. Yep. And it's so sad, because that was just a day in the life. I didn't plan it out. I didn't, it wasn't something that was scripted. It just happened, But when you are in that flow, in the flow of love, that's what happens to your life. You know, that's why I keep inviting you guys to be part of. Come and get me. You know, don't let me freeze to death this winter. You know, just get in your car and bring your debit card in between the two of us. You like it? So people love my little bunny ears. So what can I say? Ooh. So let's see. So death. People are scared. I've lived all over the world, right? And I've lived a lot in Mexico. I went to. I really George Shafrini worked at ABC, and he was one of their engineers, and then he became a director. When Nightline started, he became their director, and only because um, he used to work with me on Potato Wolf, and he got a job first as an engineer because he had the license to be an engineer working at TV stations. So he had that, but he really got good at pushing the buttons and seeing the images and hanging out with all those artists. And when you know the guys got stuck in Iran and Nightline started, he was the only guy on duty. He said, "Hey, George, you've been playing around being director. We need you to do it." And he did it, and he did a great job because it was straight off the fly, and he was in the right union, and he had the right licenses. So So when the big earthquake happened in Mexico City and wiped it out, his union was part of, and I was a local 3 guy still, IBEW, and I had done international work, and so they asked George if he would come down and get their station back online, and his union said, "Well, you're going to need this, this, and this, and you need a couple guys from Local 3." And so George said to me, "You want to go down to Mexico City?" I said, "Yeah, sure, not a problem." And they said, "Listen, you're going to get paid really well, and we're going to find you, the place is totally obliterated, but we'll find you a nice place to kind of, better than any place else, right? You won't be sleeping on the street. You'll have a bed." So we flew down in, and it was a total chaos, and we couldn't. Caroline,
You ready?
I'm going to start off with a side order of get your tablet. So I love your soup beans, so I'm gonna start off with a big bowl of soup beans, onions, and some sour cream, and a piece of cornbread.
Okay, let me find.
Yeah. Take your time, rest.
So beans, you want the coleslaw to go with it?
Yeah.
And
But I'm going to start off with that.
okay.
If that satiates me, I won't go any further.
Okay.
Otherwise, I'll go further.
All right.
Soup, beans, onions, sour cream, and cornbread.
I'm going to take this off and add it to your oven.
Right. Okay. Yep. So, Caroline, do you need a new pair of shoes? I see you kind of shuffling along. Is your foot hurt?
I have a crossover toe.
Oh.
And I have a place on the side.
Yeah, I understand.
And I've been wearing
A little Band-Aid on it?
No, I've been wearing a thing to sort of make it straight. And
Like a brace?
These are comfortable.
I have a brace, because I have Charcot legs. You know what Charcot legs are?
Mm-mm.
When you get diabetes and neuropathy, it changes your blood and stuff. And so it kind of, where your ankle hits your foot, you got like 9 little bones here. Charcot legs, it dissolves those bones. So there's mush down there. So I have nothing really connecting my ankle to my foot.
Really?
Yeah. So if I were to step on a stone there and my foot would do that, I could snap my foot off.
Did you feed biscuits left this morning? No. Not a one.
Not a one. So I have a brace on my back. But I used to have metal braces on my legs. But my legs started to atrophy. So they said, "Oh, we got to cut your legs off." I said, "No, we don't." how do I not have that? Well, take those braces off and use your muscles. And so, like my podiatrist and my bone doctor are amazed that I can get around on my, I'm out there in the woods. So I really, every place I put, so I very empathetic when I see people shuffling along. So there, the other thing I do for my feet, because diabetic feet, you can get really bad sores and then get gangrene. I soak my feet in what's that stuff? The little crystals you throw in there, Epsom salts. You ever put your feet in Epsom salts?
I soak my feet because when I use that thing to separate my toes, my toes get sore.
Right.
And so Richard told me that there's peroxide.
Right.
And I've been soaking
Well,
at least once a day.
Right. And peroxide's okay, but there's that magic line between being okay and it being keeping your feet from healing themselves, right? Did you ever get socks where each toe has a thing on them?
No.
Have you ever seen those?
Yeah, but I don't.
Do you know why they make those? They're not because of some fashion thing. It's when you have a little piece of sock going around each toe, it protects your toes from rubbing together. Right?
Probably would.
And they have them made out of cotton and wool, and the ones I have are made out of silk, or not quite silk, but that kind of material.
That soft kind of material.
And because I can get, just my toes doing this, I can get these blisters, and if they get, they really. So I check my feet twice a day, like when I wake up and when I go to bed. And I look at I put like 3 glasses on, turn the bright light on, and look at every square inch of my toes. And that's what keeps my. That's what keeps my.
I just have soup beans and cornbread.
Okay, so.
And it's already in there.
Oh, he just wants soup beans and
Yeah,
cornbread.
right, at the moment. So, because I love your meatloaf. Anyway, so that's all you got to do. And it's also the interesting thing is, so I got so many things wrong with me, right? If you just put the right intent into taking care of yourself, you don't have to take a lot of medicines or do any of these things. And they wanted to chop my legs and they wanted to open my. I said, no, I'm not doing anything.
That's about the diabetes.
Yeah.
You're welcome, honey.
And I just focused on being healthy. It's really.
Yeah.
And I know you do.
Diabetes.
Right.
I just have this problem with this growth on the side of the butt.
And did anyone in your family have that? Because
I
everything.
think probably my mom did.
Right.
She
I am
wasn't
just
on
like
her
my
feet
mom.
with heels
Right.
for years like
Right.
I had.
Yeah. Right. I. It's really amazing how, as you get older, you realize how much you like your parents.
Yeah, that's true.
Yep.
Used to be dad. I look like dad now. I look like mom.
Yeah. Yep. Anyway, so that's why I come here because there's such.
The other is added to this, so even
Okay.
if I don't get.
Okay.
No, that's
Okay.
This is hers.
Okay. Not a problem. We get the right ones, right? Yep. Yep. Okay. So, and why I told that big story was 3 years later, after all of that, and doing things like that neighborhood, that's what made Soho, right? But by 82, really by 76, between 76 and 82, Soho became totally money. Lawyers and stockbrokers and gallery owners and rich artists. That's the only people who kind of live down there. And that's why people moved down to Tribeca. And then they moved to Williamsburg, Brooklyn. And then, that's why I lived in every, borough of the city. I would go away for 6 months, 2 years, 3 years, come back, and my old neighborhood would be totally gentrified out of existence. And so I'd have to go to another one, right? And that was another adventure. It was just like, having the school, I bought it basically because Inga needed the money. I had it. If I just, money, hold on to it, I'd have to pay taxes on it. So I bought the school. Oh, look at that. Oh, you're the best. And a little thing of sour cream too, if you got it.
Okay.
And maybe some butter.
There we go.
Oh, thank you, darling.
Want some more water?
Yes. Actually, you can throw some coffee in there.
Okay.
I changed over. They really have the best freaking soup beans. So these guys sold out to somebody else, and he took over, and he's changed it. Thank you, darling. I'm a little creamer, I guess. And so prices went up 20%, give or take. And they used to give you a piece of cornbread about 3 times that size. Thank you, darling. But the food is still good. They didn't get rid of Caroline or the chef or any of the other staff. That guy was smart enough not to do that. And he lets everyone hang out here like me. They've been here all day. Like, oh, look at this. The show has been going for 2 hours, 22 minutes, and 22 seconds. Synchronistic moment. Let's say a prayer. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. As was in the beginning, is now, ever shall be, world without men. Aho. And in every day and every way, let us take the peace of the earth and make it stronger. Right? And we are here to serve love's co-creation. Hail Mary, full of grace, Lord with thee. Blessed art thou amongst women, and blessed the fruit of thy womb, Jesus. Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for our sinners now in the hour of death. Amen. Thank you, Father Sky, Mother Earth. Come together, bless this food, bless this show, bless the cadre, bless your Sensei Alba. Can't beat this stuff. So, a few years later, and after Jane had her baby, that's kind of when my girlfriend and I had a loft a couple blocks up on West Broadway above. A friend of mine owned a building, and he was a boiler maker. He built and fixed and kept boilers going, coal boilers, gas boilers. And Grandpa Stoll used to be his electrician, then I became his electrician. And then the old guy died, and the son took over, right? And the son and I had hung out a lot when we were both young. And I was working for Grandpa Stoll, and he's working for his dad. And that's when I was a disco electrician. I was taking him to disco. So he and I were good buddies. He was getting to be an artist because he was a welder, because he's making boilers, right? So I had a big shop in the back of the building that he could make stuff. Richard Serra. And he started doing stuff for Richard Serra. And he didn't have the je ne sais what to be, a rich, famous artist. Hey, man.
How are you?
Pretty good. Have my soup beans. So, but we were buds. And, he knew Benny also. And we went to the Benny nightclub. I mean, he hung out at the Benny nightclub down in the basement of Worcester Street. Taking part of all the sacraments there. So we were good buds. So when I came back from one of my journeys, and Bill and Jane had rented the gallery out. And they were making $10,000 a month, and they were paying the $5,000 rent. And they had the back part as their gallery. In the basement They had rented their basement out to a guy who had um, was doing porno movies down there. His name was Gilles. And, we were sitting in the gallery, and this French guy was very dapper, maybe in his 80s, walked in with a cane because I would like to see your basement. I see that you have a cast iron sidewalk with glass in it, and I assume that the basement was illuminated by the sun. And we said, yep. And so went down there, and I would like to rent this. And it had you didn't have to go through the gallery to get in the basement. It had another entrance. So they made the deal, and he was paying like $3,000, right? So the other guy who had half of the whole main floor, the front, he had the back part, which was Jane's favorite part because it had a big skylight, but it had again a separate entrance off the lobby of the building. So anyway, I gone away, and I come back, and I was living in the my friend who had owned the building on West Broadway up the street. There was a loft up there. Oh, you can just hang there, right? He goes, what I really love to do, I have 5 floors, and I would love it if you could put a new service in the building, put a meter to each floor, and then I can, sell these floors, make some real money. I said, no problem. So I did, and after I was there for a while, I hooked back up with my girlfriend Beth, who I met at Lincoln Center. She was a dancer. We both went to school there, and back in the day when I was studying to be a scenic lighting designer at Juilliard, she would become a pretty famous dancer. Anyway, so she needed a place to live, so she kind of moved in this funky loft with me. And I put in electric services, and I had my plumber friend put in septic line and water lines, gas line. And so we were hanging out there, and my guy who owned the building kind of was showing off the floors. And so, and we would go hang out with Jane at Una Bear. And the guy who rented half of the ground floor, Gilles downstairs turned out to be this guy making S&M porno movies. And you'd hear chains rattling and whips cracking and people begging to be hit harder. And so what happened was the whole building got sold. And now the rent really went up, like from $5,000. Radius, could I have another sour cream? And thank you, Missy. Mm-hmm. So that guy moved out, and we were pondering on what to do. And Jane's, we're watching Hollywood Squares, right? I'm looking at the Hollywood Squares and looking at the gallery, I said, Jane, the north wall of this gallery, it's like 200 feet long, 30 feet high. Why don't we build a structure like Hollywood Squares, and each one of those squares will make 9 squares, and each one will be an apartment. And we will rent each one for $2,000. And we'll have 10 squares, and we'll make $20,000 a month. And your rent is only now $15,000, and you'll make $5,000, and you'll still have the gallery, and and the money Jill is paying us is, we'll be rolling. And Jane goes, yeah, that's a great idea. And Phil goes, yeah, that's a great idea. And so we build you know. And I get my boiler friend in there with his welder, and we made the metal steel frame, you know, to basically hold 9 apartments, and we build it, right? And we rent it out, and it rents like that, and it's truly because all the people who are in there are people who have jobs working in banks or down in Wall Street. They're making, you know, 60 to $140,000, but they're not making millions, so they can't buy things, but they want to live, and so they want to be able to like just take the bus down Broadway to their job and walk and be in the cool place. And all these people, even though they kind of had a straight job, it was like Phil, right? You know, he helped start the SES, but he's working for the IRS, you know. So, so there was a lesbian couple, a trans guy, and a trans girl, and people don't even call them that. And they were one was Puerto Rican, the other was Black Haitian, was a Japanese guy. I mean, it was like the UN, and everyone was very interesting. And pretty much, their sexual orientation was more than interesting, right? And there was this couple, these 2 girls who had come from Vassar. And I don't even know what psychological, you know, if it's in the DSM, um, these girls couldn't have sex unless they were dressed up in costumes. And they would dress up as bunnies, and when I mean, not Playboy bunnies, but, you know, furry bunnies, and you know, like this kind of bunny. And when they were that, they would have sex like bunnies. And it was like, and Gilles and these folks hooked up, and he made films. You know, they were like, it was like Andy Warhol who had his crew. Well, Gilles made movies of these guys. It was like, right? I mean, this is around 1972, 74, somewhere in there. And anyway, so that was more than interesting. So when when Jane had the next baby, you know, same doctor. We actually had it at the thing, had much better planned between the same baby doctor, the doctor who delivered Una, and the lady down the street, and the Italian doctor. We had it covered, right? And again, when that baby came, it was born right there in the gallery, and it was quite an adventure. So those 2 kids had all these 9 folks as their tribal parents, you know. I was their godfather. You know, Mike Finelli was their mobster godfather. I mean, it was just the mom. So when the second one came, Jane's mother, who, you know, Midwestern farmer Methodist minister wife, come to New York. Never been to New York. Never visited Phil and Jane in New York in the 12 years that we were there, and I knew them to this time. And she's going to come and help Jane, right? Oh, I want to come and help and bake and da da da. And so we make Jane's mom her own private little apartment in the back, but it's right over where Gilles, you know, has his, like, where he films his movies of the whipping, and the chains are attached to Jane's mother's floor. So every night she was hearing the, oh, Gilles, hard, oh, pump me, oh, you know. I mean, there was no insulation. It was like, she was like right there, right? And I'm sure Jane did that on purpose. Anyway, I was the closest thing to someone sane who Jane's mother could identify with, right? You know, I took her up to lunch. I took her up to the Windows of the World in World Trade Center because I had worked there. I took her to the really nice restaurant in the park, and other really nice restaurants. I would take her to, and she really wanted to cook, right? And so I took her to Luna's, which is the best Italian restaurant in New York City. It's right on, Mott Street. And basically, they also had a bakery. And so she actually would work in that place. And she wouldn't let him pay her, but she just liked baking. And she learned how to make Italian pastries and those nice little crunchy Italian rolls. So she was kind of, she was only spent there a week or two, and she ended up there like the whole summer. So she was getting close to Jane. She was really getting tight with Una. She really loved the new baby. Her husband wouldn't come, period. I'm not coming to that place with Satan, And this lady lightened up. She really started to, and that fact that I had read, I had gone to a seminary, knew the Bible, read the Quran, read the Talmud, read the Bhagavad Gita. And, I had these books in my little square there because I still had the loft on top of my welder buddy, but I had one, like an office there. The big party was going on and went on and on and on. And I just wanted to crash. I didn't want to walk 10 blocks. I just crash there. Hey there, brother man.
Okay.
Always good. So, are you out there working? Are you a working guy?
My working days is over with.
Good man.
That's the only thing I do now is take up space.
No, you're doing more than that. So, you serve in Vietnam?
Do what?
You're a hack. Did you serve in Vietnam?
I wasn't in Vietnam. I was all over the place over there. They had me everywhere.
Had you everywhere. Well, I was in VA hospitals. That's what I was doing. I was being a shrink. 4 young kids who were basketball stars one day and no legs the next.
I've got to go Monday. I'll tell you what. This down here, they really took care of me.
Oh, the VA here is very good.
So I can't complain about
Yeah.
that.
No, the VA here is very good.
They found leukemia on me about 5 years ago, and they kept me alive.
Well, that way.
way.
Well, the thing about life, if you're not ready to die, you're not ready to live.
Well, that's true.
If all you can do is worry about,
Yeah,
you're not,
around and worry.
Right.
You're going to fall over anyway.
right.
But you know how it is down. I see some of them old guys down there. My God, they would be happy if you give them a new $100 bill.
Yes. People really love their misery.
That's true.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, well, go get yourself. You want something to go, or you want to eat here?
I've got something to go.
Yeah, go bother them. Anyway, so that's what was going on. And winter was coming. It was like right about now, about November. And Jane's mom, it's maybe October. And Jane's mom, she'd gotten there in June, and she was just going to be there a couple of weeks. And here it is, October, and her husband's starting to get a little antsy.
I'm sorry.
What's happening?
Oh, she's downstairs with him.
So,
He sat there and watched me cook steak, and I didn't even know he was on the place.
so she's going to go back with Thanksgiving.
I didn't go use the rail. I told Carol it was
And Gary Blue had tried to commit suicide for the third time. He's in the hospital, right? So go to the hospital.
Sorry, Bob.
And I give him the, what's up with you, buddy? Come on. And the story, how long have we known each other? Oh, about 5-6 years. You haven't left, eat Manhattan and all that time. What do? Every 5-6 months, I take a 6-month vacation. You don't need to kill yourself. You need to take a vacation. So Gary goes like born again, kind of, because his face is totally messed from all the times he tried to kill himself. Like I said, we're about 35, and he looks like he's 90. So I say, the minute you get out of here, I want you to come over to the gallery, get me, and we're going to take a road trip. We're going to have a vacation to remember. And he goes, okay. So, go home. A couple of days go by. It's a Sunday morning, like 5, and it's raining like cats and dogs. It's kind of cold, it's like in the 40s. And, I hear this little knock at my cubby hole, and it's Una's mom. Jane's mom, And she goes, and she's calling me Mr. Albert. Mr. Albert. And I go, yes. What was Jane's mom's? Anyway, Mary or Carol or something. Anyway, yes, Carol, what's up? There's a crazy man, and he's just dressed in a sheet, and he's naked, and it's raining, and he stopped, and he's going to get his, so let him in. And she said, no, I can't let him in. And it could be crazy man. I said, okay. And he's calling for you. I said, okay. So throw on some pants and a t-shirt, put on my shoes. Go, and there's Gary, and he's screaming, vacation, right? So I open the door. Gary, get in here. So I get him in. I take off his clothes, right in front of Jane's mother, and I turn on the shower and put him. I said, warm up. Here's a couple of towels. Here's a robe. Take as much. Here's some soap. Wash yourself off. Have and once you're relaxed, we will plan out the vacation. All right? Oh, he's in there. He's singing in the shower, and I tell Jane's mother the story about how he's tried to kill himself, and that this is the last time in his life, and I'm going to take him on. She goes, where are you going to take him? I said, well, it's getting cold. Best place to go, someplace warm. I'm going to take him down the Florida Keys. And I've been there a couple of times, but I hadn't wired it in like I was telling you about. Right? This is again, early 70s. I just finished my, wasn't working at the VA anymore. I was doing a lot of different things. And I'd gone up to Jamaica, so I was kind of smitten with the Caribbean. And so, I'm thinking, we can't go to the Caribbean, but we can go to the Florida Keys. That's down in the Caribbean. So, I get the phone book out. I call Amtrak. And I said, probably the best way to get out of here, because all we had to do is walk 2 blocks, get on the subway. It would take us straight to Penn Station, go upstairs, get on a train, right? Because it's raining. Because I told Gary all these stories about hitchhiking. And he wanted to go to the Holland Tunnel and hitchhike, start our trip, from the opening of the Holland Tunnel, right? And he wanted to do it right there in his hospital gown, right? I was wearing a hospital gown and little hospital, paper shoes. Anyway, so I had a friend of mine who used to make paper. And he used to make it really good paper. He used to make it from clothes. In New York State, you buy clothes, used clothes, they have to be Sanfordized, meaning, so there are no bugs in them, they were real clean, blah, blah, blah. And he would buy these things. When I had that loft on Muslim Street, he'd buy bundles of clothes, right? And they'd be taken off the truck by a forklift and put on the elevator. And he'd take them apart, rip them up, cut them up, and turn it into paper. And I saw that. There were so many great clothes in those bundles.
Do you want me to do the plumbing separately so that you have?
So I told him, next time you buy one of these, buy me a bundle. Over the years, he would buy me a bundle or 2 a year. I had all these clothes were sanitized, pressed, folded, put in, and then made a gigantic bundle, which made them even more pressed. And so you cut the band iron and you'd have all these clothes. So, and he would leave the bundles at his loft, and I could he would get 2 bundles, and then he would take whatever he needed from those 2, and I could go through It was not like, this is my bundle, you know. I would get clothes, you know, instead of, you know, going to the laundromat or going, and that's why I have bags and bags of clothes. So, to this day. And, so in my little space at Luna Galgary, I had a big bundle of clothes. I mean, big bundle, you know, like 500 pounds worth of clothes. And they're all like kind of stacked on top, very nicely folded, neat. I think it just kind of looks, oh, I'll wear these pants, I'll wear this shirt, wear this jacket. So, um, I call up Amtrak, find out when the train is. And it's right now, it's 7:30 in the morning. And there's going to be a train leaving for DC, a express, you know, New York to DC, no stops, New York to DC, Amtrak. And it's called the Senator, right? So it's fancy. And I said, so does that mean it has a, you know, a dining car? Oh, yes, it has a dining car. You know, because senators don't want to just get a plastic sandwich. They want something with tablecloth. And so, you know, so Gary comes out in the bathrobe. It's okay, Gary. You know, we are going to, you know, get, you know, I just made 2 reservations on the Amtrak. It leaves at 11:30 in the morning. It's now 7:30 here. We're going to get you all dried up. We're going to get you all dressed up. And I'm going to go through this pile of clothes and see what fits. And here, and I'm a real rucksack man, right? And so I always have a bag or something, even if it's a plastic garbage bag. So, you know, I had some nice military go bags, you know, that could, you know, you could put a good 50 to 100 pounds in these things and wear them like a pack. So he goes through it and he picks out the wildest clothes. He gets this outfit that is a purple drum majorette thing, you know, with the epaulets here and all what you do, and the hat with a big plume, and didn't have the stick. And he got 2 orange jumpsuits that said, you know, property of LAPD, you know, and a whole bunch of other as interesting clothes, right? I've put some stuff that I'm going to wear and some other things on my camera and a few other things in the bag. And then Jane comes out and, oh, what's up, guys? And I said, oh, Gary here and I, we're going on a road trip. Oh, she goes, oh, Gary, that's what you need. She knew Gary. You need a road trip with Al. And Phil and Jane, after Luna was born, we had taken a number of road trips. And so, and we would just say, let's have a road trip. And I would go to my buddy who had, he worked, the guys who tow cars in New York, they take them to the pound. He ran the pound. And when you don't pick up your car, you know, if you have like $20,000 worth of parking tickets and your car's only worth $300, you don't go get your car. So he would, well, every month he would take all those cars, and he had right across the street from the pound, he had his own little used car salon, and he would sell cars, right? And I would go see him every time I needed a car, and I would say, hey, what do you got for $200? And I would get a $200 car. And he was licensed everything, so I would get a title, and I would get one of those cardboard license plates that you put on that. You can drive your car around for a month before you got to, you know, tag your car. But in New York, no one cares. So I would drive those cars around for months, years, until they got towed away, right? And it would go back to my friend, and either I would wait till he bought it again, and then I'd buy it again, or if I liked it, or he would just let me take my stuff out of the car. So when Jane and I and Phil would take, and Una would take road trips, that's what we did. You know, they had valid licenses, I didn't, and we would, you know, go buy a $200 car and drive to Toronto or drive to DC or drive to Colorado or, however good the car was. Have a grand old time. If it broke, we'd leave it by the side of the road, take the license plates, get on a Greyhound and go home. One of those cars only broke once. Guy came and got it and basically traded our car because he had another car that could use the motor and the this and the that. And we traded cars. So we never had to take a bus home. And that was our alternative plan. So anyway, so Jane and her mother, Jane's mom bakes up because she's in this baking thing, is baking up these really great cinnamon buns and other things for us to take on our journey. And Jane rolls up a whole bunch of blunts, not spliffs, but cigars with lamb's breath in it, right? And puts it in a nice thermidor because at this time she's making some high-end product for Mike, and he's got all these really nice thermidors. So, that she can stick 40 nice little blunts into a nice little thermidor that, when it seals up, you can't smell it, and it smells like tobacco, and you can just, So she makes up one for both him and I, and we decide, we walk out the door, and instead of walking 2 blocks in the rain, a cab is waiting right there, for the light to change. I go, hey, buddy, we want to go to Penn Station. Oh, no problem. Jump in. So we just jump right in. He shoots up, I always forget, it's 6th Avenue that goes uptown, or maybe 7th. I think it's 6th. Shoots up 6th, drops us off at Penn. We get out. There is a kind of nice, a nice coffee shop. We go in, and again, we actually, there's a store that has all kinds of stuff. I buy a big thermos. I know this store has good coffee. I say, here, fill it up. Fills it up. We have a couple of cups of coffee. We have a thermos. We got the cinnamon buns. We got a thing of blunts. We got our bags. We buy our tickets. We saunter down to the platform. The train is waiting. We saunter onto our seats, which we get the car just before the dining car. So we just have to walk through one door, right? And there's nobody on the train, right? Nobody on the train, right? And so we're waiting there. We're like 20 minutes early, and we're talking, and Gary's so excited. And I have gone through at Penn Station, because you're going to a lot of places. So they have, a travel place, and I have, a AAA thing. So I go to the AAA thing and get all these kind of maps and things of our trip, So we're taking the Senator. We're going to go straight from New York to DC, right? We're leaving at 11:30, and we're arriving in DC around 1:45, right? And I'm looking at this thing, and there's this tour that you can get. You get off at the Penn Station in DC, walk a block, and you get on this bus that takes you to like the FBI building, to the Treasury building, to this building, a tour, right? And it ends up, you go through one end of the mall, and you go through the White House, and then it ends up at the Washington Monument. And this thing starts at 2:30. And I look at it, and I can buy the tickets. When we get our ticket for Amtrak, I can buy the tickets for this tour because it's kind of connected. And the train pulls in, so it's like 45 minutes after the train pulls in, you can get on that bus, right? So, I said, so see, we got that first leg of our exciting journey. We're going to see all of DC, and take this really luxurious train all the way to DC. I mean, it's raining like cats and dogs. Would you want to be out there hitchhiking? We'll hitchhike later. So we do. We get on the train, and there's nobody there. And all of a sudden, all these black guys, really well dressed, come into our car. And it's not that they're first and second class, but the car before the dining car is a nicer one. And instead of the people being really close, there's a lot of space. And there's about 50 guys, really well dressed, and they all have instruments, right? And they have the porters. And in this car, the back section, there's about 5 seats that are missing where you can put luggage, right? So, these guys get on, and they're like, all of the instruments are being put in the luggage compartment in this car, and they all get on. I said, "Hey guys, how you doing?" And they're black guys between the age of 30 and 70, right? And they are a big black band that is going to play for Richard Nixon in the White House. And we're like, "Well, that's kind of cool." And I grew up in Harlem, and I knew a lot of people in the jazz scene. I worked in the rock and roll scene. I knew a lot of people. And so we started talking about music, and they're like, "Oh, wow, you knew that? Oh, well, yeah, I know it." So we started doing this, right? And so they pull out their boo, right, and their little flasks, and they start smoking, because in those days you could smoke on those trains. So they light up, and one guy goes, "You want a puff?" And I go, I pull out my thermidor, said, "Have one of these." And he lights it up, and he goes, "This is amazing," because it doesn't smell like marijuana, but it's like way better than the stuff he's got. And he's like puffing away on it, going, "This is amazing." And so between Gary and I, we give each one of those guys, not a spliff, but a cigar. So we're smoking up the storm, and the guy who is on the train, the conductor, he comes in, and he's like, doesn't, not like, "Oh, you guys are smoking this place, blah, blah, blah." No, because there's nobody else except us. These two white guys and these like 30, 40 black musicians. And they have taken this train many a time. So they knew this guy. And so he comes down and sits down, and I offer him a blunt, right? I offer him a blunt. And he puffs it up and goes, "Wow, this is great." So he's getting a buzz and enjoying it. And, he goes, "Just wait a minute." He goes into the car, and he comes out with a tray, and the head maitre d' guy who has a tray, and two really nice bottles of whiskey, nice bottles. And everyone got a glass, and we all, and we toast to the trip and to the guy's fun time with Richard Nixon and everything else we could think of. And that guy, and then the chef and everybody else who's in the dining car comes out and smokes blunts and, and drinks really fine whiskey. And then they bring out the cognac. We're drinking that. And we haven't even left Penn Station. So by the time the train leaves, the parties, they go on and get the instruments, and they're playing music. And the chef and his assistant go in and start making brunch, poached eggs, what do they call that, with the hollandaise sauce. And they had salmon and steak, poached eggs and hollandaise sauce, and champagne and fresh orange juice and really good coffee, right? Which made my thermos of coffee. So we finished that and got the really good coffee from that guy. Right? So we're there, and we're having the best of times, and it's doesn't stop. It's like New York to DC, and it's we go through. We leave Penn Station at 11:45. We go through Hoboken and Newark, and it's raining like a dog. And we get to Philly, and it's raining but not like a dog. And we get outside, and we're in Maryland, and it's breaking, and we are just totally toasted, right? And they're putting everything on the table and snorting things, and we pretty much go through all our blunts, right? So they start rolling up spliffs. And the guy who is like in charge of the party goods, basically is going, those things, I could sell one of those blunts for $40-50, and you gave us like, you went through like 100 of those things, How many got left? And I said, about 10, enough for us. So he goes, no. So he makes up a nice little package of stuff for us. And then he shows me this bag of, mescaline mushrooms. And he goes, "I got this. We were in Brazil, and I got this from an indigenous guys." And he said they were spiritual plants. And none of us we're looking for spiritual plants. So I've had this for a couple of weeks. I want to give it to you. You know, you are the most spiritual guy I've ever. You're the most fun-loving, crazy guy I've ever met. But you're like, you deserve this. This is meant for you. I carried it from Brazil for you. You know. So I said, okay, no problem. So we take that, and when I left, one of the things whenever I travel, I bring my own little medical kit, you know, herbs and whatever I need to take care of whatever emergency there may be, right? And I'm with Gary, so I might have, you know, so I needed a number of things that would calm him down, make him go to sleep, you know. Anyway, so that weren't his pharmaceutical substances, that were more plant-based. So I say, fine. But they definitely look what they are, but they're very dry, very, very dry. So I go to the bartender guy, who's also the coffee guy, and I go, so this coffee is really good. Do you have one of those machines that grinds the beans? I mean, this is coffee so good. These are fresh beans. And the guy goes, oh yeah, I got one of those things. And so I take the mushrooms and I put them in there and I turn them into powder. And I have about 300, a box of medical grade gelatin capsules, nothing in them, right? So I can mix up my own little thing, put it in, because some of the botanicals I have, if you were to drink them or take them, they're very bitter. You put them in a capsule and they do the job. So I think about, I grind all this stuff up and it makes about 50, 60 little capsules, right? So I put them in a bag with licorice root, right? And I grind up some licorice root and put them in capsules. So if anybody wants to know, it's licorice root. And I would hand them a licorice root thing, and so it's all good. So, we're coming by this time. We're just coming out of Philly, and we still got about an hour and a half of ride. And so we've had getting buzzed. We've had playing the music and then having a big meal, and then getting buzzed again, and then drinking a nice, libation. And now it's like everyone's kind of relaxed and laid back, and just kind of some people are nodding out, and it's just other guys are still playing their instruments, but now soft and nice and not raucous and crazy. And it's really, really bucolic and beautiful, right? And I've just finished, grinding the stuff up and turning it in. And the guy goes, so what'd you do with that stuff? And I showed him. He said, well, that's pretty cool. He goes, let's try them. I said, yeah, that's a good idea. So me, him, and a few of his other buddies kind of tried them. And they had some really nice Thai sticks. So they had, done their best. The guys at behind the bar had some cigars. So they took the Thai stick, sliced the cigars, put them in there, kind of put them together, and kind of smoked them, holding them together. So we were smoking those blunts, which were nice, not quite as amazing as Jane's, but still pretty good. And we had taken, and within 20, 30, 40 minutes, those little capsules were, the whole thing of having them capsules and straight in your tummy. And it was really good because it wasn't really upsetting, because I had a lot of food in my tummy, and it was actually a very nice experience, rather than, wanting to throw up or having that icky taste in your mouth, So Gary was asleep, he had stretched out on one of the tree, things a little further down. He was asleep, and the guys are playing music, and other guys are nodding out, and other guys are playing checkers. Some guys are reading books, and me and the other guys, we've taken these pills and we're looking at the window as the rain hits the glass and go, wow. And we're having the best of times. And so watching this, and by the time we get into Maryland, the clouds have cleared away, and the sun is coming through these big white clouds. And it's like God is saying, welcome. And we are severely having some interesting optical observations. And so we are there, and I hear Gary scream, and that kind of shocks me out of my bucolic thing. And me and the head, conductor guy and the head dining room guy and the head band guy go over to Gary and say, Gary, what's up? And he had a dream, and Gary had this thing in him where he's surrounded by all these amazing spiritual people, musicians, and and they're all living their dream. All that little doorway between the other side and here, they're like this. We're all like this. Gary woke up like this, and that's why he screamed, because he was seeing ghosts of other people, not just us, other people with old clothes. And I said, "How old is this car?" He goes, "Oh, this is a pretty old car. This was made in the 20s, and it's been, retooled a couple of times. But it being the Senator, it's like, Art Deco, and so it's still in good shape, but it's a pretty old car. It's been modernized and has safety fixtures, all that kind of stuff. But yeah." So Gary's still seeing the ghosts, this being Halloween, and he can't shake it. And I said, Gary, we're seeing them too. And all it is that we've taken Eggs Benedict. Yep. We've taken, this guy had some mescaline, the real deal plant, and they're spiritual plants. And you're in this spiritual bubble. He goes, "Let me take one of them." I said, "Gary, really? Come on." And he goes, No. Let me take one. So he takes one, and he takes one of his, I forget he was taking some serious drugs from the doctor. The ones that people love that really, they're like, one that starts with a V and one starts with a B. Anyway, so, then he smokes one of the blunts that they made from the cigars from the bar. And so it kind of changed his thing. And so he is no longer scared of the ghosts, right? But he can really see them, right? And I said, Gary, this is one reason. Then I put my little shrinky hat on, and I go, "Gary, this is one of the reasons why you're a great artist. And this is one of the reasons why you tried to kill yourself 3 times, because you've got one foot in this world and one foot in that other world. And, you've got no one to share it with. Now, here you got a whole train ride of guys who are seeing exactly what you're seeing in a different way, but they're sharing it. They understand. You got me, your best friend, So good, So don't get scared of this. Don't get upset. Don't, go off the rocker on this. Let it go. Let it be." And so Gary says, You're right. I'm like, and we're on vacation. So I'm on vacation. So I scream, I'm on vacation. So by the time we pull into DC, Gary is, experiencing life on 20 different planes of existence, right? And nothing bothers him. Nothing bothers him. And so he, we get off the train, we say goodbye to our black musician friends who are being picked up at a bus and being taken to meet Richard Nixon. And he and I walk over to this, we have our little ticket to get on the tour bus, which is waiting right outside thing. We get on the tour bus and we go. We visit the FBI. We visit the Treasury Department. We visit the, Federal Reserve. We visit all of the things that are in that neck of the woods that are part of the tour. And Gary's just having a blast. We go to the White House, and Gary keeps going off, not following the crowd. And we kind of get asked to leave because he can't stick with the group. And I say, he's a little Asperger's, he's a little autistic, and the guy goes, "Oh, okay, we understand, no problem." So then like arrest us or get upset. They said, just can't stick with the group, just, walk out into the garden, enjoy the garden, go through, where you're supposed to go and leave that way and go down the mall, And there's going to be some music down, it's about an hour. It's going to be some music down at the Washington Monument, that's part of this whole tour. So we say, "Oh, wow, that's great." So, Gary's happy, and he's like a 6 years old. He's going, vacation, because he's not saying anything but vacation. And the guys, at the White House, I guess they've seen it all. They didn't really, like I said, they didn't at all get, today if we did that, we'd be putting Gitmo. So, and Gary's changed his clothes. Now he's wearing the band leader outfit, the purple, really crazy purple outfit, these long pants and purple with screaming yellow stripes down them. and this jacket with the thing, and he's got it open, and his nice cut body with a six pack is right there, and his face that looks like Frankenstein, and the big long hat with the plume on, and he's screaming vacation, vacation. He's wearing that on the tour. And so I'm amazed they let us on the tour. They let us on the bus. They let us in the FBI. Gary wanted to shoot a machine gun at the FBI. They brought us down and showed us a machine gun. And one of the agents shot it. And Gary, can I do that? So we, walk out of the gardens of the White House and walk through the gate and walk on the mall and walk down there. And who's tuning up but Jefferson Starship, right? And they're on the stage and they're tuning up, and we're there. We go, we walk up there, and there's about 1,000 people there, and there are a lot of Vietnam War vets, vets against the war. So they're wearing their Vietnam War clothes, and they're all scruffy, and there are a lot of them in wheelchairs, and a lot of them are messed up. And they're like the guys I worked with at the VA, like 3 years hence. And so Gary starts holding my arm, goes, those guys, they're dead. They're dead. They're walking dead. They're zombies. They're dead. And they look like they were, because they had PTSD like you couldn't believe. And they didn't care what anyone thought or said, and people were spitting at them because they were calling them baby killers. And then other guys were screaming at them, love it or leave it, and you're thinking about a polarized country today. Back then, 72, 73, 74, up until Jimmy Carter had the amnesty and let it all go. So, so Gary really, and they started playing, Volunteers for America and all the anti-war songs that they were having, and the vibe there was no longer happy festival. It was, and it was starting to get dark. And the moms and dads and kids had left, and the two, tribes were looking at each other about, and the cops were starting to come in. I said, Gary, I think it's time to go. And by that time, I already had sussed out what we were going to do, because the Greyhound bus station was only about 4 blocks behind the Treasury building. And that was about 5 blocks from where we were. I said, Gary, let's go. I didn't tell him where we were going to go. I just said, let's go. So we got our bags and we walked towards the bus terminal. And I went and got 2 tickets from, and I wanted one to leave as soon as possible and get into Durham, North Carolina around 6 o'clock. And the guy said, well, there's 2 buses going to Durham, right? One is a local that's going to leave in about a half an hour, and the other is the express, but it's still going to stop at about 12 different places. And the local, because it's leaving in about a half an hour, will get into Durham around 7 a.m. And the express will get there at about 1 p.m. because it leaves around midnight. So I said, okay. We'll take the local. And he goes, and there's no one gets on this bus until North Carolina. And so you'll be able to stretch out, you'll be able to sleep, you'll be able to pick whatever seat you want, and from here to, wherever, Richmond or whatever place in North Carolina that was first going to stop. And then it really goes local. It's kind of express from DC to North Carolina, and from North Carolina. It's a very local bus, and it, it's going to leave, it was going to leave about 6 something from DC and get at the top of North Carolina around midnight, and then from midnight until 6 it would take to get to Durham. So, and it was a couple places, you could stop and stretch your legs and get something to eat. So, Gary and I We get on the bus, so what are we doing now? So we're going to take a bus from here to Durham. We're not going to hitchhike. I said, no, we're going to hitchhike, but not, you don't hit, if you can go from point A to point C, B, then to C and D, and get to the neck of the woods you want to move around, then you kind of hitchhike around where you want to move around. Anyway, I said, so Gary, how you doing? He goes, well, I feel a lot better, being out there with all those dead people was really scary. And this bus terminal was very bright, was very nice, very open, fresh, airy. And we had taken a nice walk, and it was very pretty, and the cherry blossoms were out, and Gary was feeling better. He wasn't stressed, right? And Quaalude, that was the pills the doctors gave him, Quaaludes. So he had popped one of those, and it had mellowed out the mushrooms a good deal, and he was feeling pretty good. So, we got to buy the tickets, and I went over to payphone in Durham, Duke University. I had a lot of friends at Duke, and I tried to call up my friends, and they all lived in one fraternity house. So I had lived in there with them, right? I pretended to be a Duke student in '68, and was in Duke for 6 months. That's when I worked for DARPA the first time, and the SEAL Corporation was creating super soldiers, right? And they were experimenting with paranormal experiences, and I was involved with that. I called up my friends, and I couldn't get any of my individual friends, but I got the fraternity that you're staying out, and I talked to one of the guys who I knew. And I said, hey, listen, we're going to be pulling in to the fraternity house around 8, 9 o'clock, and tell Buzz and Jerry and Dave that we're going to be there, and I have a friend with me, and we're just on the bop. We're just going to crash, maybe spend a day or two, and then move on. And he said, oh, no problem. You're a brother, right? So I had it sus. So we're going to get on the bus, go to Durham, go from Durham to Duke, hang, see what we could, scam up. And in colleges, they'd always have a ride board, right? So I'm heading for Florida. That's why I'm taking Gary. Vacation. So we haven't even gone through 24 hours. It's like we get on the bus. We left New York City at 11:30. We're getting on the bus at 6 something, and we're heading out of DC. And there's nobody on the bus. And Gary goes the way back where, next to the toilet where all those seats are. He just crashes out there. And he's popped another pill that knocks him out, and I gave him a valerian. And and I had some tea that I had made. I had emptied the coffee we drank most of the coffee, emptied the rest. I put some really nice quieting jasmine and a few other herbs, and we put hot water in at the bus station, a nice thermos of this tea. So Gary, I gave him the thermos. I said, drink this, take your little pill, take some valerian under your tongue, go back there, put your clothes bag under your head, and fall asleep. No, he did, right away. Went back, looked at him. He was all happy, asleep. I sat behind the bus driver, and we told stories. And the bus driver really liked it because, otherwise he'd just be driving and bored. And he said, do you like country western music? And I said, yeah. Depends on, who you're going to play. Dolly Parton, I like Dolly Parton. And Hank, I like Hank. Well, I named a few. He said, oh, I like that guy too. And then I named a few black guys. I like those guys too. I got them too. He had his 8 tracks, So we're singing country, western, blues, music, heading down the road. And so We pull into North Carolina, stop at the station, where we get out. Gary's still asleep. I'm like, hey, Gary, want to get out? He's still asleep. So I have my bag kind of, stuff in the first row, right behind the bus guy, and the one behind the door. And that has the most space, right? So people get it, and I have those seats covered with my bags, and he has his bags there too. So people get on, not a lot, but we stop. He and I get off. We stretch our legs. Uh, I'm not thinking of giving him a blunt. He's driving the bus, but he's smoking cigarettes, and I'm smoking a blunt. He goes, "What is that thing?" And I said, "Well, they call it a blunt." He goes, "I know what those are. I had those in Vietnam. They're great." I said, "Yeah, it's got some Thai in there." I said, here, put this in your bag, and don't smoke it while you're driving. So, I never do that. I said, "Don't they give you piss tests?" He goes, "Nah, not really." Because once getting into the job, yeah. Once you're there and you don't do anything wrong, they really don't go after you. So I said, okay, that's cool. So I'm giving him one of my blunts. I still have one of the ones that Jane has. I gave him one of those really, really good ones. So we're there. People, from this first station where we stopped for about 30 minutes, and we have a cup of coffee. And when I ask Gary, you want to, he's drinking all the tea, I go get some coffee. And he fills up his thermos, I fill up mine. We get back on the bus, and maybe 10, 15 people get on, not a full bus. And they have everyone gets a seat with 2 seats, right? Anyway, so and we start stopping at a lot. People get off, people get on, people get off. For about an hour, we could do that. But it's now about, 2 o'clock in the morning. I'm still, taking those mushrooms. I'm drinking about 20 cups of coffee. So I'm not tired at all. Gary's still stretched out. And no one's making a noise about it, right? So, people get on, people get off. And we're going. And then the bus goes, you've got to go check on your friend. I said, what do you mean? We'll go check on your friend. So I go back there, and Gary, some young girl has gotten on, and she, he's asleep, and she kind of pushes his legs out of the way and sits next to him. And then she starts kind of rubbing him. Guys get the bad thing for doing that on buses, but this girl is doing it to Gary. Gary wakes up, and this girl has got him all excited, and they start doing it in the back of the bus, totally on her nickel, right? And so the bus driver goes, go on and get those two to stop it, or at least to be a little less obvious about it. So I go back there, and she is like stone cold naked, and she is pretty good looking. And Gary is like having the best of time he's had in a long time. And I said, hey guys, come on, put something on and kind of get more in the thing and put the bags here. I'm going to move some of the bags here so no one sits next to you. And so I'm sitting up front, and my bags aren't there. They're back there with Gary. And my personal bag is with the bus driver's bag behind him. So now the bus is, 2 o'clock, and it's starting to, get more people and to get filled. And now I'm, basically taking up 4 chairs, and Gary's taking up 6 back there. And people are getting on, and this old lady gets on, old black lady gets on, and there's, I'm sitting till I go, wait. So I take my, the place where I was sitting, and I take all that stuff, and I basically, because there are now people standing in the aisle, right? So I take the stuff where I was sitting and move it up there. I put the old lady here, and I put her stuff there, and I say, this next seat should be saved for somebody who can't make it back there, like you can, right? Oh, you're such a nice man. Thank you so much. I mean, first seat, right? Big, spacious, put her there, right? And I take his stuff and move it further so I can sit there. And then I go back where, they're no longer like screaming and moaning back there. They're just cooing. And so I said, guys, come on, sit up and let the people who are standing sit. You know, so now everyone's got a seat, right? And we again move on, and people get on, get off, and it's kind of, you know, no one's standing, right? And this really strange woman. I mean, she's a witch, straight up witch, black everything, you know, totally, and the vibe like whoa, right? So she gets on, and she moves to a seat that she wants to sit on. There's this guy sitting there, and he's like, hey, yeah, you can sit next to me. And she just kind of looks at him, and it's like he gets thrown out of his seat, and he's like, and he moves way back, and it's like he goes into the toilet and sits on the toilet. I don't know what she did to him, but she did something to him. And so, hey, sláinte, Jamie. So, I, you know, there's this other old lady, so I kind of, you know, she does that. I watch her do that. And because he was sitting all by himself, and he was like being crass and ick, and nobody wanted to sit next to him, even though, you know, everyone's like this. And some other old people get on, and again, I kind of take the bus driver stuff in mind and, you know, move it and put it under the bus. I tell them, so let's put this in so these old people can say, ah, good idea. So we do that. And so now there's, you know, the first 4 seats are with old infirm folk, and I'm the only guy standing up, and we take off, and we're like roaming, right? And she kind of whistles, and I turn around. She goes, hey, why don't you sit here? Because no one was going to sit next to us. Well, I said, gee, thanks. So we sit down, and we start talking. And this girl is extraordinarily attractive, but she has the control of her field. And if she doesn't want to look attractive, you know, she's like the old crone. And she's like, you know, somewhere between 18 and 102. Anyway, so she's like, you know, and her cape and her gown kind of, and she's really got a nice set and boys, and her legs are, you know, she's like pulling her skirt kind of sideways, and now she's not doing anything more overt than just showing me who she is, right? And we're talking about everything, and we get into all kinds of everythings, right? And you know, and we're talking about esoteric this and occult that and da da da. And I said, so what are you? Are you a witch? You're Wiccan? And she goes, no. I'm a Druid. I said, really? I said, I spent all this time in Ireland. And she said, oh. And, you know, we started talking about Irish folk. And now she's more than a Druid. She is a gypsy, right? And she is part of a family. And I knew a family of her kin in Ireland. And she knows those people like, you know, she just left them. But we're talking about all this stuff, right? And it's now about 4, right? And we're having the best old times of talking. And she has nice little treats. And I give her one of I said, here, smell this. And I have my little, you know, medical bag, and I open it up, and she goes, oh, so you're an alchemist. And I said, well, you know, I wouldn't, you know, I'm practicing. And she giggles. She goes, you use that word right. I said, that's right. You know, I'm practicing. So we're just hitting it off just fine, right? But she won't tell me anything about what she's doing in America, why she's there, or any of the above. It's just, you know, we're talking about philosophy, we're talking about theology, we're talking about science, we're talking about magic, we're talking about everything, right? And she's telling me, you know, we're both telling each other stories, you know, that don't really reference to what we're doing right here and right now. Well, I told them about Gary and about Soho and about art and all that. And so we're having the best of all time. So we pull it. So it's now maybe, you know, 4:45, 5:10, and we come into, I don't even know what town it is, but it's a pretty big town, right? And it's coming awake, you know. There are people moving around, people are driving around. The other towns were dead. And we come into this town, and the bus is in the far left lane, right? Because it wants to make a turn and get on the interstate, right? So the bus is right at the light, and this car comes up, and it's, you know, instead of going up to the line, it stops because we have all the windows open because it's kind of hot and muggy, and the air conditioning isn't working that great. And so she's kind of hanging out there, and she's kind of all unbuttoned. So she, from guy down in the car down there and hers up there, she's thinking like, "Whoa, honey bun." And so these redneck guys, they had their, the car from, the colonel or the general. It's all red. It's got a number out front, and it's got the stars and bars. And they're being really crass. So they're not just saying, "Hey, honey bun." They're saying really very crass things. She just looks at them, and they're revving their motor. "Hey, you want to go fly? You can ride this," and exposing themselves. It's like this guy is really crass. So he's revving the motor. The light is still red. And she goes, "Watch this." And she looks down at them and smiles. And the engine pops into gear, and while he's revving it at the top, and the wheels spin, and the car takes off. There's nobody in front of them, and they shoot through the red light and get T-boned by a tractor trailer that was doing about 50. It's coming off the interstate, was trying to make the light, so he hit the gas, and so he hit this car and just, right? And when the light turns green, the bus takes off, and everyone else is kind of asleep, and she and I are looking, and the truck is trying to slow down, and the car is being ground up under it, and sparks and flames and everything. Smoke is shooting out from underneath. This car is underneath the tractor trailer. These guys did not survive this. And she turns to me and goes, "There's always a consequence for bad behavior." And, the bus turns, there's no traffic, the bus turns left and goes to the interstate, gets on the interstate, and we end up in Durham about 40 minutes later. And she goes, "If you weren't with your friend and you weren't on a mission, I would love it if you just joined me." I said, "Well, you got a business card, you got a phone number, you got an address." Because I never have any of that. It's only just what, the universe brings me. And I really like you. I said, "Well, we obviously connect." And she goes, "Here." And she, leans into me, I lean into her, and we have one of the most enjoyable smooches I had in a long time. And she goes, "I've just put a spell on you of protection. You will be protected. No matter what happens, you will be protected." I said, "Thanks." I said, "Here's my little bag of herbs and spices. I know you're not near the forest. Is there anything in there you want?" And I opened up my thermidor. Actually, I gave her the thermidor. It had 2 or 3 blunts left, but the thermidor itself was like the special gift. And she kind of opens it up and says, "Well," and so she picked a few things from my little herb stock and put it in a little plastic bag and stuffed it in that thermidor and closed it, and then gave me another even smoochier smooch. And she got up with us. And then about a half an hour later, we pulled into Durham and, went. And again, taxi cabs waiting right for us. And I go, so the train ride from New York to DC cost us $35. The bus ride from DC to Durham cost us $18. The cab ride from the bus station to front of the fraternity at Duke cost us $4. And Gary was in the best state because he had just had sex with this girl all night long and got her phone number, and she was going to go to school in New York. So he had his new New York girlfriend all lined up, right? And she wanted to be in, she was going to, go to school to be, a mathematician or something, or an economist that her father wanted her to be because she was smart, but she wanted to be an artist. So she, Gary had, so he was happy. "I got a girlfriend. Oh, I've fallen in love. Oh, she's so sexy. Blah, blah, blah." So Gary's happy. He goes, "What did you do?" I said, "I had a nice conversation." And he goes, "Well, that's great. That's what you do best." And so we get in the cab. We go to Duke, and we get out. And he's like, I don't know why, but again, since I'm seeing dead people. And And so I'm kind of looking around. So Duke's an old school. So there are a lot of old spirits. A lot of weird things have happened in Duke, right? It's built on some pretty strange Indian lands. And so, that was, there were a lot of things. And the Vietnam War was still going on, and a lot of these guys were wearing uniforms and they were going to die. And Gary was kind of seeing this. So he was getting a little skitzed out. So he pops another one of those Quaaludes that kind of, you know, turns them into jelly. And we walk in the fraternity, and I walk to my friend's place, and he's not there. And my friend has a nice room, and he's got a couch, and he's got a couple of beds, right? So I said, Gary, why don't you crash out on one of these beds? I'm going to try and find my friend. So I go down to the guy I knew who would be awake. I went in and said, hey, where's Buzz, and where's the other guys? He said, well, they actually, I thought they were around, but they actually took off. They went on a little road trip, so they're not here. I said, okay, that's cool. I said, so who's going to Florida? And he goes, oh, Big Jim? I said, oh yeah, I know Big Jim. He goes, well, he's got his van all macked out, and he is heading back to Florida. I mean, he could drive you straight to wherever you want to go in Florida. I said, well, that's the way to do it. So I said, where is he? He's probably down in the dining hall, raiding the refrigerator. So I go down there, find Big Jim, and say, hey, Jim, we hug, we kiss, because I knew all of these guys, because I spent a whole year there, and we did, Joe College Weekend. Go Google Joe College Weekend. And I helped, when I was at Duke, I wasn't, matriculating. I studied whatever I wanted. Then I met this beautiful, brilliant psychologist, rocket scientist girl who was too smart for anybody. And then she loved me because I appreciated her and wasn't scared of her, and had fun with her, and had really good eye. I thought outside the box, but I understood exactly what she was talking about. And, I kind of turned her into, I've been the muse of so many people in their lives. That's really one of my other good skill sets. So, so I knew this campus big time, and everybody knew me. And it was like, oh, everyone's happy to see me. It's really good when you go someplace and they're happy to see you. It's really terrible when they, you scum, not good. So anyway, so I meet Jim, and I said, so I hear you're going to Florida. I got a buddy of mine. I tell him the story about vacation and Gary and the whole story. So, oh, that's great. Yeah, no problem. And I got my van all knocked out. If your buddy's knocked out, I got a bed in the back. He can sleep back there. It'll be fine. I said, okay, not a problem. So, I go back, I still have the tie stick. So I go back to Jim's room, and we put some into his bong, and we get a little bit baked. And then I give him some other herbs to spark him up. So he's stoned and very aware. So I go, when it's time to go, I go get Gary, and I put him in the back of the van. He's still asleep. And Jim and I are, really laid back. We got some the Dead on, and we're, listening to Jim Croce and all good, the Doobie Brothers, all the good road songs. And we're telling old stories of all the fun things we had done over the, a couple of years back, about Joe College Weekend, and that they kept, we did the first one that was way off the hook, meaning I was there hiding from my draft board, basically. And what better place to hide but in plain sight amongst 20,000 other college kids. And I would be wearing my herringbone sports jacket and a nice pair of chinos and my Weegian shoes. I looked like every other prep school kid, right? And so I spent a year there, and then I met I was there for about 3 months and met the rocket scientist girl and got really deeply involved in the paranormal psychology. And, got really deep into the DARPA world. And, and then at a certain point, I decided these two worlds, my draft board and the DARPA world, they're a little bit too close. I better, some reports may come up, so I should. And my rocket scientist girlfriend had gotten, for the first 4 months that we were together, it was bliss because we had this intellectual intercourse that was mind-boggling, and we had this, eros intercourse that was amazing because she had never really experienced that, and she had it in her in spades and had it saved up. And once that gate was let loose, she was woo, and we had access to all of these. I was building, deprivation tanks. The guys who were from the SEAL Corporation had every drug known to the universe that we could take because we were in their research motif. And I knew all these because the year before that I had been at High Point, and so I knew all these black clubs in the military towns nearby Durham. And so I knew all these black musicians that we would go and hang out and listen to jazz and rock and roll and just dance the night away and spend whole days with these guys, just having a great time. But by the 5th month, this opened so many doors in her mind to what her career was going to be. She wanted us to get really serious on doing that research and making these gizmos and doing that. And she kept toning down the fun side of things. I'm still a fun-loving guy. And, she was still my girlfriend. I did not fool around. And that was the other reason. Because she never had a boyfriend because she saw her father fool around on her mom. And she didn't trust guys. But she saw this and she was like, "You're the one guy I've ever, I can go full Monty with because I can trust you. I know you." And so by the 6 months, she was so toning that down and going into the career thing. And I was still there with her. I was making the gizmos, and her boss loved me. But there was a point where A, he wanted to write me in. B, I was going to be sucked into this whole DARPA world. I didn't want that. And so I said, so we need to, I don't want to break up with you because I'm not quite leaving yet, but we need to ease up. And she'd be right, we need to ease up. I've been wanting to say that to you, and I don't know how, because every time I touch your body, we end up making love. So, okay, this is great. You're on the same, that's why I love you so much, because we're always on the same page. We've never had an argument. And that's all she saw in her parents, is that, right? So, and she said, I never understood why people had to have a kick-ass argument to have sex. Why can't they just have sex? And I said, I'm with you, honey. So we had another month of having this, again, really nice relationship where we were on the same page, so she wasn't anxious anymore. And then at a certain point, I said, so, I'm going to go in a week or two, so let's, make the most of this. Let's go hear some more music, have a little more fun, more than career, and go from there. And she said, great. So we did, and I left. But that's how I got into Duke, and that's how I knew these guys. And the last thing I did have a good fun. So I'm hanging with musicians, and I meet this guy I knew from my days at the Fillmore East, who was a promoter. And I said, what are you doing here? And he goes, oh, well, I have this tour, and it's the Grateful Dead, the Allman Brothers, Santana, and about 4 other really great bands like that. I think, who else? Other really good bands of that ilk. Anyway, so, and I said, so what are you doing here? He said, well, we have a layover of about a week. Oh, when's that? He goes, in about 3 weeks. And I'm looking for places just to hang. I said, what about Durham? And he goes, yeah, Durham's a nice town. I like Durham. And I said, what if I could get you a gig there? And he goes, yeah, we would like that. We could fit that in nice. We have all the stuff. We got, the tractor trailers full of equipment. If you could put us up in a nice, house, we could set up everything. And yeah, we could do that. I said, I think I got it. And he says, what? I said, well, there's this thing at Duke, right? And I'm like really wired into Duke. And they've got this big arena, right? And their big arch rival is, NC State, which is just down the road. They're right kind of within traveling time of each other. And yes, they're rivals, but they're like cousins. And they party with each other, the fraternities, sororities. They have these big parties. And they have this break that isn't really a break. Like, it's not like spring break, but it's like before they go full Monty, because both those schools are grind schools. I mean, these kids study, 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 but they party, party, party. So before the big, spring finals, they have this like 5 days off. It's not a spring break, but they have 5 days. They don't have classes. They got that, so they got some papers to do. They want to study harder for the big exam. They got 5 days. They just want to kick back. They can. So I go back, and the fraternity I was hanging out was like Animal House. They were the guys who always did the party. And I said, so why don't we do, I'm leaving. Why don't we do a big blowout? And I brought this buddy of mine who was the promoter. I said, he wants to bring the Allman Brothers, the Grateful Dead, Santana, and these other bands to play for a weekend, right? And if we can get, a space for them that they don't have to pay for, if we can get them the insurance they need that they don't have to pay for, and if we can get the student activities fund to give them a little change to cover their expenses, not a problem, And so they called their brothers over in NC State, and then in a week, they had posters, they had things, they had it all advertised, 2 weeks before these guys were going to show up. And they got, a fraternity to move in with them so they could turn that fraternity over to it would be like the green room, because it was just right next to this big, gigantic basketball arena that they could stick about 40,000 people into, right? And there was a big green on the back side of this arena. And they had these big garage doors that open up to this big green, right? So I said, you know what? We're going to roll up these big garage doors, and we're not going to build a stage. We're going to put nice carpets here, and the bands will play there, and we'll put the speakers out to the green and into the arena. So, and the people can walk, because they had all these fire doors on all around the arena that you could walk in. We're going to keep them open, no ticket price. People just walk in and walk out, and we're going to go get vendors, food vendors, and put them on the green. And we're going to put up a big tent, because they had this big tent, and we're just going to put up the big pole and the poles around and put up the roof, not the sides. And that thing you could put 1,000 people under. So I'm going to put that out in the green, and we're going to light the green up, and we're going to light the arena up. And it'll be an easy setup. You can pull the trucks right up to this pad. You can park them over there, unload everything. They got forklifts here. You can put it all out on this, set it all up in a day. They got plenty of power. This is perfect. So we did it that way. And so the show was Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, the exams started. Both and we advertised it as Joe College Weekend, right? And so we had over 200,000, because these posters went not just in those two schools, but within a 50-mile radius, and there were other schools and kids, and we had almost, the cops left, and somebody came in with a bunch of really good psychotropics and just hosed everyone down. Everyone, here, open your mouth, a dropper, right? And this was like the first rave that I'd ever, this was, rave heaven, before, this is like, 70 something. So go online, go to Google Duke University, NC State, Joe College Weekend, and see what the internet says. It's the first one ever done, right? So, I didn't go up on stage, but I was a little muse that brought all that together. And it went on for another, God knows how many years. It became an ultimate tradition, because my buddies who were at the those fraternities, made it their own, and then the younger brothers who would come up would right. So basically, again, all of these things happen because I'm just at the right place at the right time. And say, let's do it. Let's try it. Let's go for it. Let's see what happens. What do I mean? I say darker world, darker occult kind of stuff. Well, there is only one reality, and that is love's co-creation. And that encompasses everything. That's, the whole universe is conscious, aware, right? And that awareness is love. When Buddha's standing by the side of the road and the traveler goes, "Well, man, you God?" And Buddha says, "No, are you a magician? No. What are you, man?" And Buddha says, "I am awake." Well, he is awake to love's co-creation and is serving that. And all the great avatars, Jesus, Vishnu, you name them, they were that, right? So the darker kind of mind is that thing that's stuck in ego, that is part of the Luciferian incandescent light, not photonic light, but incandescent light. That is all about shadow. Incandescent light, photonic light, there are no shadows, right? This kind of light back here has a little bit of that. But most light has a shadow. Now, shadow within the material world has a reference, because within shadow, if everything was bright and light, you couldn't see anything. If everything's dark, you can't see anything. But in where dark and light come together and you make a shadow, that shadow gives you a purchase of seeing the shadow, seeing the illusion, seeing the difference, right? And if you're awake, you can see that, right? But if you're stuck in your ego, and that is the darker occult, when you're stuck when it's all about you. Because, we were talking about the Bhagavad Gita. The Bhagavad Gita, basically, the book opens up in this, and it's all poetry, right? And the first lines are where the prince and God are on the overhill, and the prince is about to have the biggest war he has. He goes, should I do, if I go back and negotiate, I'll have to give up a lot of stuff. But the war, a lot of people are going to die, and but if I win it, it'll make me king. And, and he's like going through the good and bad. And he goes, so what and so the prince knows that this guy who's been around him as his servant his whole life is God. He understands that. He goes, what should I do? And the response of Vishnu is, well, your whole life is a battle, right? The thing is not the external battle, but the internal battle. What's going on the inside? And when you're thinking about me, ego, id, that's the external. But when you're thinking about your soul self, that's, the me, ego, id, it's the external you, your avatar, your ugly bag of water you, But, the other is your soul self. So the whole thing is whatever conflict you're having, you use it to give perspective, just like the shadow gives you purchase to understand that shadow of the occult, of the external conflict. If you put it into perspective of how can I serve love's co-creation through this conflict to shine up my pearl of my soul, that's why we're here. It's not to be the prince, not to be the king, not to have the big castle, the pretty girlfriend, any of that. It's about shining up your soul to be in service to love's co-creation. So, does that help with the darker world and the occult kind of stuff? The darker world and the occult kind of stuff. Well, dark matter is the whole universe. And because of our limited sensory system that we're in a box, we can't see that dark matter. We can't measure it, can't understand it. We know through how it affects the world around us that we can see that it's there. a long time to realize that, but the ancients knew about it. Um, and string theory and all those things. It's describing. It's not telling us really what a love co-creation is, because that's something you feel when you're in bliss, when you're in samatha, samadhi, all of those states of bliss, of being in co-creation of love. Right? Those are natural. They just, you don't have to work at it. You don't have to, lift, get cut. Look at my six pack. You don't have to lift the things and kill yourself in the gym. No, it's something that is internal and eternal, right? So, and so all of these experiences I had, that I've told you in the last almost 4 hours. It's been 3 hours, 56 minutes, and 40 seconds, right? And basically, I've been telling you Halloween stories, basically. In the air, they're really varied, but they're kind of this really interesting tapestry of scary things and not too scary things, right? Really happy things, but they're all the same. And it's how whether you're going to see it through your ego, see it through your soul, or see it through, your bliss self of love's co-creation, right? Now, this is our natural state, bliss of love's co-creation. But because of certain things that happened, and we got put into this sandbox, to learn, to relearn, to open our hearts to what's going on, and so that's why, there's the darker occult kind of stuff. Now, you can't really, a lot of people will go, oh, they will judge it. Well, there is no good or bad, because the only thing that exists is love's co-creation. The other thing is just, like sandpaper or a tool to assist you in learning about yourself, right? So, I'm going to finish up the Gary story and connect it to the keys, I think, in the next, oh boy, and it started to really rain hard. So I'm going to have to wait till it stops raining hard. So, and it's only 2:28, right? I thought it was like 4 in the afternoon, but it's not. So, it's sunny most of the day. Well, how we doing on the coffee? So we get in Big Jim's van and we head towards Florida. And Gary's asleep in the back of the bus, in the back of the van. And Jim and I are just chattering away like two little chatting birds. And we go through North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, and head down 95 into Florida. And I'm going to head into the Keys, and Jim's heading to Miami, which is almost the Keys, right? And he said, oh, you can stay with me in Miami for as long as you want while you figure out how to get to the Keys, and maybe I'll drive you to the Keys. So, the vacation is firming up. So, and we left early in the morning, and we're on the road, and there is no real traffic. So Jim goes, he's a real psychonaut, so he takes one of my little capsules, and we smoke some more of that Thai stick. And he's, again, really chatty, really sharp, really happy, really good. Everything's great. And so we're going down 95. We are right around where 10 is, right at the top in Jacksonville. And we're thinking about maybe stopping someplace. And Gary from the back, who he's been asleep the whole time. We haven't really looked back there or paid attention to Gary. He starts, oh, get up this section, no, get this section. And so, we see a Denny's, and Jim says, well, this is as good as any. We pull up in there, and we pull into the Denny's parking lot, and this car, Lincoln Continental convertible, pulls up right next to us. And it's kind of early afternoon. So it's not the morning rush, it's not the lunch rush. It is hardly anybody in the parking lot. And so these girls jump out and they're like wearing bikinis and really shorts, right? And they're really hot, and and they like run over to the van and they start pounding on the window and they open up it and they're like, Gary, Gary, Gary. And I said, and so these girls, what had happened, Gary wakes up, looks out the window of the van and see these girls, and he starts waving at them, right? And he's got his little drawing pad with him, and he starts writing, hey, how you doing? I'm Gary. We're on vacation. It's vacation. And the girls say, oh, we're on spring break. So they start communicating that way for about 10, 15 minutes, and they say, why don't you turn off the next exit? We can talk. So we do. We go have breakfast. The girls are sitting on either side of Gary and just like snuggling up to him and so the girls suggest that we go with them, and they live in Orlando, and they have a really nice condo, and they have a lifetime pass to Disney World, and they can go in the private entrance and they can cut the lines of the things, and what we didn't find out until later is that one of these girls, her father is Florida's senator, to DC, powerful man. I should have looked at my license plate because it said, Senator so-and-so, number one. And so, so we put our bags in the back of the, and one of those girls is way more affectionate to Gary than the other. And the other girl is sitting next to, across from me, and we're talking, we're having a nice conversation. And Gary and this other girl are kind of nuzzling and talking in each other's ears and giggling. And I can see, because I know Gary, what's on his mind, and I can see on what's her mind, because she's rubbing herself against him. And so I go, okay. So they get in the back, I get in the shotgun, she's driving. So we're driving, and we go down 10 and we head towards Orlando. And so this girl and I have a really good conversation. Well, she's going to school to become a lawyer, right? And she's in, law school in Miami or whatever, the big law school in Florida is. And she's following her daddy's footsteps, and she's she's going to help the people, right? So that's what she's about. Her daddy's scum, but she's going to help the people. And so they live right on, the Gulf, and they live in an amazing, it's daddy's, condo. And, they have the parking spot, they go up the elevator, fridge is full of stuff and booze and food. And, they got the jacuzzi in the suite, and they got bedrooms in the suite, and Gary and that girl go off into that. And the girl and I start talking. I pull out some of the Tide stick and give her one of those little pills, and she really loosens up, and she starts to cry. And she says that, she's having a hard time because she's broken up with her boyfriend of a long time, who was her high school boyfriend and college boyfriend, and when they went to law school together, that she got him into law school because of her daddy, and her daddy loves her, and he's seeing them as a big power political couple. He's been screwing everybody, that she found out that he's been screwing her girlfriends since high school, and I said, well, that happens, and I try to work through, were there any good things, getting, what did you learn? And so we kind of make out, and but we're not like Gary and Susie Q there, but she really, really likes me. She's really comfortable with me. She's happy to like be on the big comfy couch, in my arms and nuzzling and kissing a little bit. And just talking. She liked that, and she liked tea. She kept bringing in tea and taking it. And the more she had tea and pissed, the more the better she felt. So really good. So the next day we're going to go to Disneyland. Gary and I go through our little bags of crazy clothes, and he is wearing. I am wearing a band outfit, but not as crazy as the one that he has. And he is wearing one of Property of LA Jail on the back of his orange jumpsuit, right? And he's, orange jumpsuit, and he's wearing the big hat, right? And the girls pick out some clothes, and wear them provocatively. And they both have nice sets of boys, and they're not wearing any bikini tops or anything, and so they're jiggling around. And we go park in the VIP section, go through the private gate, and start walking around, Disney World. And the girl says, you should roll up a few of those blunts and we can smoke them at the park. I said, really? And you really do that? She goes, oh, no, it's okay. And by this time, Gary has gotten to really like the little mushroom pills. So he's got, he went and got a bunch himself. And he and that girl have been popping them all night long. And it's been an aphrodisiac for them, right? Especially for her. She is like all over him like a fly. And so getting the Lincoln, and again, the girl I'm with is driving, and she's totally in control, right? We're smoking a little boo, but the girl is out of control backseat and just all over Gary. This girl's driving with one hand, got the other one kind of in my hair. She's like playing with my ears and my hair. Right? This is nice. I like this. We park in it says VIP. It's pretty much, the guy, the black man who's washing the cars, so, bows, and the girls are like, look like, hustler gypsy girls. And Gary's, wearing the orange suit, and I'm wearing the band leader outfit. And we walk to the gate without having to buy a ticket or show anything, that she has her little pass, and she kind of wears it around her neck, right? And which, it says she can have as many friends as she wants, up, to like 20, or I don't know what the limitation was, but it's just the four of us. So we go to this Swiss Family Robinson thing, and they had got all these kind of things. And Gary goes into a bathroom, and he comes out with a wheelchair, and he's riding up and down the things. He's stolen it from a guy who's in the John, and takes it and wee, wee, right? And the girl's on his lap, wee, wee, and they're laughing. We go on a few rides, and they're like having sex on the whipped around rides, right? And we go into like the pirate ride and Space Mountain ride, and they're having sex on those rides. And it's like the girl and I, she says we're sitting behind them, like to try to keep it, but there aren't that many people there. So it's not like everything's crowded and people are really seeing what we're doing. And they're freely smoking and popping. And the girl I'm with is starting to get into it too. And they're both getting pretty frisky and pretty crazed and just having a grand old time. And so we're in this Polynesian land place, and we're at a Polynesian restaurant, and she's stolen a whole bunch of stuff. She's got all these kind of necklaces, and she's giving, oh, you look so pretty with this, and she put all this stuff on me. She's not paying for it. Anyway, so, we've already probably broken every Disney rule there is, and we've been there maybe 2 or 3 hours, and now it's starting to get crowded. When we first got there was nobody there. So nobody was really paying much attention. Now, maybe people are complaining that these girls are kind of exposed, and the other ones doing carnal things in the public eye. Anyway, so there I'm in the, kind of, and I'm popped a few of those little mushroom pills. Now, I don't know why, but I took my little herb stock with me, thinking, well, maybe Gary might need something. So, and I'm, my little notebook and my herb stock, and anyway, so this hand goes on my shoulder and whips me around, and he flips this badge in front of me, this big gold badge with Mickey Mouse, with the Enchanted Land behind him, and above it says Disney Security. He goes, sir, you'll have to come with me. I look up at this guy's face, and there are these lines through his face, and his face is swimming around. And he's got this marine haircut, and he's wearing like FBI clothes, J.C. Penney suit and things, and has sunglasses on. But I can see these burning red eyes, behind his frigging, sunglasses. And I'm thinking, well, I'm just hallucinating this. And I turn around and ignore it. And the other three haven't even noticed it. And I don't know why he picked on me as the, guy in charge, but he wanted to talk to me. So anyway, yes, Gary had the best vacation of his life. And to this day, Gary is still my friend. And when we go out, and he's married now, has kids, has a pretty successful art career, and teaches. And whenever I go visit him, last time I went to visit him was like 2011, and he will, tell the story I'm telling you. And he will say, this man saved my life. And the woman he married was the girl he was having sex with in the back of the bus that we went from DC to Durham. And she's, every time I see them, again, I am godfather of their children. And that's why I have 127 godchildren. Because I have friends like this that I've touched their lives when they have kids. I was the only guy, right? So anyway, so this guy whips me around and handcuffs me, and I'm tripping my brains off, and I am stoned. And I got at least one of Gary's relaxed pills in me, and everyone is shocked. And Gary starts screaming because he starts seeing all these, scary things, and the girls are like, and the girl whose father's, do you know who I am? And she can't get out who she is, And so we are taken away and put into this big long golf cart that looks like Donald Duck. His big yellow beak, his blue hat, it's the roof of the golf cart, and his three sets of, the guy, one of the JC Penney FBI guys driving, me in the middle, the guy whose face is swimming around, Gary, two guys on either side of him, and the two girls in the back with a woman, right? And they take us, out onto the main drag of, the road of America, and we're going under these little things that go through buildings of the Enchanted Palace. The guy pushes the button on the dashboard of Donald Duck, and a little door to the side opens up, and we kind of zoom down there. And we go down, and we're going down, and it looks like a missile silo. It's all this underground, and there are buildings down there that are 3 and 4 stories tall that are made out of glass. Now, I don't know if it's just the mushrooms we seeing through them, or if they were really made out of glass. And we stop into this place, and they take us in. They put me in a room by myself. They put Gary in a room by himself, and they put the girls in a room with the lady. And Gary's losing his mind. He's like, and I'm just kind of sitting there going, okay, get calm. I start meditating. I'm like, oh, And so this guy comes in, and his face, the guy with the face is swinging around, right? And he goes, so he knows my name. He knows who I am. And he has taken my little bag of herb stock, and he has gone through them all, and he's found those little pills, and he shakes them, and he goes, what's this stuff? And I say, oh, that's tannis root, because there's a little licorice and tannis root in there, and some of those little capsules have licorice tannis, but most of them have, mushrooms. So he goes, well, that's interesting. I said, yeah, I have a bad cough, and it's for that. He goes, oh, that's nice. So I go, buddy, what happened to your face? Because I don't want to talk about it. I said, no, because he's, trying to talk to me like a policeman and ask me questions. And the best way you deal with a cop is get them to be human and ask them about their life and like connect with their life. And so I said, what happened to you? And he goes, I don't want to talk about it. I said, no, come on. I said, come on, I told you a lot about me, and we're getting to know each other, So what's the story? He goes, well, why I was so rough with you at first is that you're just like my son. I said, what? He goes, yes. He said, I'm retired Marine captain. I was in Yep, exactly. That's exactly it, Banana. That's exactly it. And I'm with the girls and Gary. And we're in this big glass, and I can see the girls, and they're like crying and screaming. Gary's really losing his shit. He's all by himself, which is not good for Gary's mentality and what he's on at the moment. And I'm talking to this guy whose face is all wrapped up. He says, you're just like my son. I said, what are you talking about? He said, well, I went to Vietnam and I got blown up and da da da. And I wanted, he was at college and I wanted him to go to Vietnam. I said, why would you want him to do that? You saw how terrible it is. I was trying to relate to him in that I, you know, understood about the war. And now he was a lover and leaving guy. And he tells me, I can't, and I wanted to really kill my son. I can't, but I can fuck you up. And I'm tripping my balls off I'm going, okay, I really got to get calm on this one. So, and I said, so what happened to your face? And he goes, well, my wife made me go fishing with him because when he was a little boy, he and I used to go fishing all the time. We went on the boat and we were putting it from the trailer into the river, and he just let it go, and the cable snapped and wrapped around my face, and that's what these scars are from. And I'm going, uh-oh. His son has just, he's gone through, living through Vietnam without being scarred for the rest of his life. And here his son has totally messed his face up, and, makes him look like worse than Frankenstein. And he can't kill his son, but he can frack me up, right? So I go, So I lean back and start breathing deep. He goes, what are you doing? I said, I'm praying. He goes, you better pray hard. Don't you love Jesus? He goes, he's not. You know what he said? Your Jesus isn't mine. I said, okay. So he goes off with my, he leaves my herb stock there, but he takes a little container of pills and caddis root, and he walks off, right? And about 3 minutes later, a guy comes back looking like Santa Claus, not a J.C. Penney suit, but a tailored suit. I mean, he goes, hi, Mr. So-and-so. Hi there, Al Bob. My name's Bob too, right? And I'm head of Disney, all of Disney security. I said, all of Disney? You mean California here, the movies? Yes, I'm in charge. I'm on the board. I'm high up in the ranks, right? The man you've been talking to, he's off this endeavor, right? His point of view is tainted because they have TV cameras. That guy watched the guy with the messed up face say, I'm going to frack you up, and that your Jesus isn't mine, right? Now these guys, that same kind of portfolio that my draft board had, this guy has it too. He knows everything about me, my dad, everything, all the schools I've been to, all the things I did. He knew about Duke. He knew about everything. And I'm going, well, he goes, you got a choice. And I said, really? You're giving me a choice? He goes, yeah. He goes, you can do one of two things. I will keep this little container. You can keep your little herb stocks. Those are all very nice, And your friend there, we have already sedated him. So you don't have to worry about him. And we're going to escort you up the park. We will keep this and we will escort you up the park and you can go your own little way. Or, I said, or you can keep this and we will introduce you to the Florida Highway Patrol. And I go, I will take door number 1. And and I can't believe this. So he goes, well, that's very nice. You want anything? You want a Coke? And I said, yeah. And you need to, and we've already given Gary a Coke. And the girls are calmed down too. We've sedated them. And so, about 10, 15 minutes later, they come and get us all three, take us out to where Donald Duck is waiting to take us away. And we drive through all kinds of tunnels and through things. And he pushes the button, the door opens up, and we go up a ramp and we pop out onto the parking lot, right? And we pop out in like the North 40. I mean, you can't even see the Disney place, but it's gigantic park way out there, And so, and there's a big fence, barbed wire, and a gate right there. And the Lincoln Continental is now on a, one of those trailer things that you put a car onto, and there's a limousine. And the four of us get out, and we all walk to the limousine, and this guy puts his hand up like to stop me and Gary, and the girls get in the limousine, and the limousine drives away, and the trailered Lincoln goes behind it. He goes, "No, you boys don't go with them. Sorry, but you do." And he goes over to this gate. He has the key, unlocks the padlock, opens it up. He goes, "Here's where that's County Road 1795. You know, good luck." Clink. And then he kind of looks at us and goes, "You boys be off of this road by nightfall because there are a lot of alligators here." And when he was talking about alligators, he was talking about rednecks, guys with shotguns in their back, back of their pickup trucks, right? So it's about 2 p.m. Hot sun. We have no water, all our stuff is at the girl's house. Our bags, we just, all I have is my little herb sock, my wallet, my keys. That's about it. No blunts anymore, no nothing, except my little herb stocks. And Gary starts to, he would be psychotic, but he was like still semi, got the drugs in him that they gave him. So I say, "Gary, we need to find a shady spot. And I have 1 bottle of water here. You need to just take little sips and stay hydrated and not die of heat prostration on this road." So we walk and walk and walk, and we find a little glade of palm trees and a thing of water that looks pretty clean, but I wouldn't trust it. But we still have our bottle of water. And so we wait there, and we wait there. And about 15, 20 minutes comes by, and a pickup truck comes by, and I kind of put my thumb out. And this is the first time we're hitchhiking, as I put my thumb out. And this guy slows down, and he looks like straight out of Deliverance, He's missing teeth. He's got a shotgun in the back. His whole car is covered in things. Gary's wearing an orange jumpsuit with property LAPD. And he goes, "You boys here, when the sun goes down, I'm going to kill you and then eat you. Feed you to my pet alligators." And they start cackling, and drives off. And yep. And so Gary's like, and he's and I sit him down under the tree in the shade. "Just relax, Gary. Just relax. We'll get out of this. Don't worry. I've been in worse. Look what we got out of, at Disneyland. We're going to get out of this. Don't worry about it." And so he's crying and pretty upset. And so more of that guy's buddies come by, right, and say the same thing. "You saw Larry's my brother, and the other guy, that was Little Dick. I'm Big Dick. We're gonna mess you up." And so we're like, "Ay. And the sun, no longer is the sun burning us alive. It's now about 4:30, and we have about till 7. And so a state trooper comes by, right? And he slows down and gets out. "You boys got your ID?" And Gary's wearing an orange criminal jumpsuit that says property of LA, jail. Right? I'm wearing a band leader's outfit. And he doesn't even blink. And I said, "Yes, officer. Here's my ID." And I go into into Gary's pocket and said, "Here." And so the guy looks at it and goes, "Oh yeah, I heard about you boys. You just got out of, you were escorting the senator's daughter. Well, I've been just told to keep an eye on you. Good luck. Have you met the natives?" I said, "Yes, officer. Can we get in your car and you just take it?" Oh no. I'm just here to make sure, that we're dead." And this is how we're going to be punished, not through the courts, because that would be, things would come out about the senator. But this way, we're just going to end up in that pond over there, being eaten by alligators. And Gary is really, the guy's very polite, but he's basically saying, You guys stepped in it. You thought you got out of there? No way, Jose. So, you know, more of the guys with the stars and the bars are going by. And it's really going to be a party because every truck going by is a different guy, not the same guy. By this time, it's going to be like 100 people eating us, And Gary's now lost it. He's like not crying anymore. He's just like, So I just sit down and start praying, right? Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come, thy will be done. I keep laughing. I go, this is amazing. No more hitchhiking. This is true. It wasn't the last time I hitchhiked, but I still hitchhiked a few more times. And so, so the sun's going down. It's now about 6:45. The sun is still there, but it's a big orange ball, right? Big orange ball, and it's coming this way instead of coming this way, and really hot. It's coming this way, and our long shadows are down the road, and in certain tribal people, the shadow is not a good thing. It's like a harbinger of a bad death. And no matter where Gary is sitting, there's a big long shadow of him. Me, not so much. I turn sideways and my shadow kind of disappears. So I'm going, well, maybe there's hope for me. So sun is going down. Now the sun is half, big sun, half, in another 15, 20 minutes, the sun is, no more sun, right? Then it's going to be another 15, 20 minutes of light, sunny blue sky with the clouds all gold. Another half an hour, it's going to start to get dark 30. So within 40 minutes to an hour, it's going to be dark 30 and those guys, because we really have not moved. We've just walked a quarter mile so we could be under a tree, but we didn't walk anymore because there were no more trees. We would have been baked. So we were kind of stuck there. And so, and then in that hour period, no cars come by, no highway patrol, no pickup trucks, nobody comes by, right? So, all of a sudden, I see, the sun is still there and it's kind of going down. Now it's like only got 40% of the sun, 60% is going under. And there's a little black dot coming down the road. Black dot, I go, what is that black dot? What is that black? It gets closer and closer and closer. And it comes up to us and I can see that it is a Volkswagen microbus, right? And it's got flowers all over. And on the front, there's a big sun. And the big sun that's going down is kind of coming together with the big sun in the front of the bus. And it's got a big smile on it, flowers. And it's a hippie bus. And it comes and it comes and it comes and it slows down. And this girl hangs out the window and goes, we're lost. We want to go to the Florida Keys. So I run to the door, slide the thing open, grab Gary, throw him in, close it, jump in, and it's just her and her sister who's in the back, and she's asleep. And I kind of just basically throw Gary into the bus on top of the sister. We're not even seeing the sister. And, leaving us, dear heart. Okay. Can you give me a refill before you?
On tea, water.
Is there any coffee left?
No, I'll have to make
Then make hot water.
hot water.
Just yeah.
Okay.
And don't throw the coffee out. Just put the hot water on it, and that'd be good enough. Anyway, so we turn around and we go down this road, and the first, maybe 10, 15 miles, we come to a road that's going east-west. I go, hang a right. We go about 15 miles. We hit 95, get on 95, and we zip, 75. And we zip all the way down through Okeechobee and down through, that area that's down in the southern part on the west side of the coast. There was the most amazing forest of, mangroves, and they're all dead now. All of the pollution has, and I mean big, big, 1,000 acres. It was, a heritage site.
What can we do for you?
And it was just, and that's Florida, totally trash. So
Okay.
The we get on to 95. No, 75 actually goes into one. We get on one, and we go down into South Florida, past Miami, into onto the Keys Highway, and we go and go and go, and it's dark, 30, and I said, here's a nice mangrove. Why don't we, we're all tired. Why don't we just pull over and sleep a few hours till the sun comes up? Because it was maybe, we got picked up around 7:30. It was probably 2:30, 3 o'clock. And it was dark, and, she was tired, and she didn't, I said, I'll drive. She said, no, I'm only insured for me. So, and by this time I turned around and, the sister and Gary have hooked up, right? They're not like going carnal because Gary is I think he thinks he's dead and in heaven, and he's just, curled up with this girl. And so the girl and I, we pull off into a mangrove, and kind of pull it so you can't see us off the road. And I kind of, we go in the back, we go to sleep. The girl kind of curls up with me and falls asleep. I wake up, the sun is kind of coming through the front window, through the two chairs, and hit me in the face. Uh-oh. That's never good. Ruh-roh. Yep.
Oh no.
Is it raining outside?
Oh Lord, it's storming. We're under tornado watches now.
Oh.
He said they just put us under tornado watches.
Yes, you know what? I saw it earlier.
How long is that supposed to last?
Huh?
How long is that supposed to
All night.
last?
All night long. Yeah.
Severe weather all night long.
Yeah.
I gotta get up on a pole today, hopefully.
Oh,
Are you
done with that?
careful?
Can I take
You
that?
can take it off.
If it starts getting too bad and I get over there early, I will come back tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah, just. All right, y'all have a good day. You too.
Yeah, he said that they just called him.
No,
Well, we heard that. Under tornado watch. I spent 4 hours and 33 minutes. So it's time to go. And I'll pick the story up tomorrow, maybe. Okay? Love you guys.